in the past. That has not really been something for us to care about or get invested in. But we know that they're actually trying to make this NXT a little bit bigger. I believe we're still in Las Vegas. This is still technically WrestleMania weekend. They're trying to make this a real extended. Kind of starts on the Thursday, ends on the Tuesday, and they're trying to make it that it's still part of WrestleMania weekend. So we know that we've got Liv and Raquel on the show tonight. They're going to be taking on Tatum and Gigi because they won the opportunity to fight for those tag titles, right? So we know that we've got that match. Obviously, we're going to be getting Obafemi. I'm sure we're going to be getting all the kind of big developments. Stacks, Stacks said tune in Tuesday. You know, he said to keep your phone close to you. We'll go through it. Stacks is kind of really making out that Tony is not to be trusted. He's really making out to Luger, like, keep your phone close. I'm going to bring you up to speed, yeah? There is more to that story. I'm very interested to see kind of how that goes, how that plays out, what they've got up their sleeve. So, yeah, there's going to be a good show. There's not anything in the way of a preview. It's a little bit like yesterday, where we don't really have anything that we can... like break down. It's going to be what it's going to be. Some people asking about, will we get surprises? It's hard to know what surprises we could get because there's not loads of people waiting to like debut. I suppose we do have Kylie Ray, who is a bit of a name. If she does come onto NXT, that'll be a little disappointing because I think she brings a lot to Evolve. So to lose her from Evolve, I think would be a shame. But maybe they just wanted to keep her in Evolve to help get Evolve up and running. And then they're going to bring her over into NXT. So we could see Smiley Kylie Ray on NXT. Obviously, we know we've got Hikuleo, who is going to come in very, very soon. He's like flipping 7 foot tall. An absolute monster. He is the brother of Tamatonga, Tongaloa. He is part of that family. And honestly, when he gets up to speed, that could be huge for Tamatonga Tongaloa, because he could join them eventually, and that could be a really interesting group. So I don't know what the plan is or what the deal is with Hikuleo. He's been in WWE for quite a while. Now that we are past Stand and Deliver and WrestleMania, I wonder if we start seeing him. So there are definitely a couple of names, a couple of people that we could see. But there's not like this crazy long list. It's not like the main roster where we know we've got Aleister Black. We know that we've got Rusev. And we knew that Becky was going to come back. And we haven't seen the Wyatt Six in ages. Like, we know we've got those people. We don't have those kind of people for NXT. There's not this load of talent that's just kind of waiting to debut. So it is going to be interesting to see what they've got up their sleeve. Of course, you can always bring people back from injury. Anyone that's injured, you can always use main roster stars. As we said, you got Smiley Kylie Ray. So you could always use Smiley Kylie Ray. So there's definitely things that we can do. There's definitely people we can use. But yeah, at the moment, it's just a case of waiting and seeing what they've got up their sleeve. I did see a question. This was from C. Howley. C. Howley, shout out to you, buds. C. Howley said, Daze, I miss Unseen. When are we going to do the next one? And it's a good question. The answer is very soon. Maybe as early as tonight. Maybe tomorrow. My plan was to try and do it last night, but I did an hour video. I said I would do an hour-long review. I promised that I would do that. I did that. My voice was pretty shot. And notifications, I'm still just drowning in them. Like, you know when you've got a mountain of stuff and you just don't even know where to start? It's kind of like that, really. I need to just pick a point. Probably at this point, it'll be just before Raw. I need to just pick a point, and I need to just start working through. I've got stuff in folders. I've got about 20 odd folders with various bits in. But some of that is now out of date because it was teasing stuff that's happened. Some of it's still relevant, so it can stay. So not only do I need to go through my notifications, which I don't even want to put a time on that. I mean, it could take me 6 hours. I really don't know. So not only do I need to do that, but I also need to go back through the folders and make sure that it's only relevant stuff that's in there now. And yeah, I mean, it needs to be done. I need to do that work because I need to get that ball rolling again. So last night I did that hour-long review, and I had a look at notifications, and I tried to keep up with kind of where the news was. And it was very clear that there was no unseen that was going to be possible, no unseen that was going to be done anytime soon. So my hope is that I'm going to do NXT, and I'll do a review, of course. But I don't think there's a need for like an hour-long review. I feel like the NXT stream probably will focus on NXT. It doesn't make a great deal of sense to kind of mix in main roster stuff, you know, with NXT. So we'll keep it NXT. We'll keep it its usual 20 minutes. And that might give me the time I need to start really digging into stuff. So, yeah, I do need to sort out the members game, though. I've not even started the members game, and that takes hours. So, obviously, the members want to play that tomorrow. I did ask the members a question as well, which I've not had a chance to look at yet. So, it is a nightmare when you do like WrestleMania weekend and you stream as long as what we've streamed. Like all the other stuff just sort of goes out the window. That's last year. We did stream a lot and we did do Unseen. But I think what's happened is I think Unseen's just become bigger. I think that even though the views aren't drastically different, it's probably increased by a couple of thousand views each episode compared to last year. Last year it was doing 6, 7. Now it does more 8, 9, sometimes 10,000 views. So even though it's not drastically increased, I think it's enough of an increase to see a big difference with how much I'm being tagged in, you know. And what with the kids being off school as well, I think that makes a big difference. Kids being off school, there's a big difference to kids being at school. Obviously, I get tagged in a lot more when the kids are off school. So, yeah, just to answer the question, make it nice and clear. Unseen's not gone away. It's not like over or anything like that. It's just been a real nightmare trying to keep on top of it to the point where I just have not been able to do that. So it will be back soon enough. I'm hoping that I'll either have it up today, or if not, I will have made enough progress where it'll be up tomorrow. But I do need to juggle in a few other things as well. The members, they're going to want their faction game, so going to need to prep for that. So there we go. Hopefully that has brought everyone up to speed that was wondering about that. Let's go to Brony.
Bronny a fan. Braun recently said in an interview, after being asked how it felt to share the ring with Roman at the Rumble, and he said it was very special. It's cool to see them working together again.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massive, massive moment, wasn't it? Absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. And I think that it is definitely the right move. I think it's something that's really energized the fan base. I think that Braun is very intriguing because, you know, he's big, he's strong, he's powerful. You know, he delivers those spears, he moves at such speed. He really is someone that you don't struggle seeing being a world heavyweight champion. Is that the guy they've identified as WWE champion, though? I struggle to see him at that level. I can see him quite easily getting towards a world heavy. I mean, I really don't feel like we're that far away. I made the prediction he could beat Jay at SummerSlam, for example, and get the world heavyweight championship. So I really don't think we're very far away from him getting that belt. But then, I don't know, give him a run with that belt, continue to build him up. Maybe all of a sudden he will start looking like a WWE champion. So, yeah, there's a lot of excitement in the fan base, and understandably so. Oh, that's interesting. An article, why Lex Luger missed the WrestleMania thing. It's wild how stuff catches fire with everything that happened. By Saturday morning, I could barely get out of bed. I called the guys, and they were really cool about it. They said, we'd love to have you down here. Let's just see how you feel later. But by the afternoon, it was clear I just wasn't going to make it. Diamond Dallas Page, who had the honor of inducting Lex Luger, emphasized that Lex would have attended if he was physically able, noting that Friday had been a very long night and they were both still adjusting from East Coast time. So unfortunately, it just seems that physically, he just couldn't do it. So, that's interesting. I mean, people wanted to know why Lex was not on stage. And that's disappointing, isn't it? That's really disappointing because people, I think, have got some good feelings towards Lex and they wanted to see him on that stage. And I think it would be quite nice if maybe next year they arrange for him to have that moment, you know? I don't think anyone would have an issue with that. You know, if they do the class of 2026 and then just also give Lex his moment where he gets to thank the fans because he missed out last year. I have the commentators saying that he wasn't feeling too good last year. He wasn't able to have this moment. So WWE have made sure he gets it now. I think that would be nice. So that literally just caught my eye as I was chatting away. Capellat said, what about Zayda Steele? Well, yeah, I mean, you can always bring her up. The only thing is that she's not really a name for people. I mean, Zayda Steele is someone that I think has kind of grabbed attention on the indie circuit. And obviously, we've seen her a couple of times in Evolve. But if you brought Zayda Steele out, I don't think you're going to get much of a pop because, I mean, she doesn't have any kind of name value yet. They're still in the process of building that for her. Kylie Ray was in AEW for a little bit. I mean, it was a very short bit. But then there was the whole controversy around why she left. And then wasn't it like revealed that Chris Jericho had kind of been a bit inappropriate, or she felt he had been inappropriate. So I sort of feel like she's got a lot of notoriety from that. Zayda Steele, I don't think has really, you know, thankfully not been through that, but she's not really had that time in a major promotion. So, yeah, you could see Zayda Steele, but I don't know that that's going to really do much for the average kind of NXT fan. But saying that, a lot of NXT fans really are knowledgeable about what's happening on the indie scene, what's happening in TNA, so, don't know, we'll have to see. Right, let's go Chris. See what Chris is saying. It's all being a little slow today. There we go. It was struggling to just switch over, but Chris, I've got you. See what Chris is saying.
Chris, £5.
Chris.
Do you think Dom booking Bizarre hardly wins single but giving Ice title feels a bit solo-ish? Tanks for Earth streams helped me lots after bad time.
Chris, I'm sorry to hear you had bad time, buds. Let me read your thing. Do you think Dom booking Bizarre hardly winning a singles match but getting IC feels a bit solo-ish? I think you do get a freedom to do that when you do a multi-person match, because the frustrating thing about a multi-person match for me is that you don't guarantee the belt goes on to the most deserving person, because if you're let's say, I mean, look, Braun Breaker was the champion, okay? Braun Breaker is now with Seth Rollins. So Braun Breaker is going to have a massive future. So if this was real, if what we was watching was real, then Braun Breaker should be able to one-on-one beat Dominik, beat Finn Balor. I mean, WWE has clearly got a bright future. They're clearly positioning him as a big, big player. You know, he's going to be in matches with Punk and Roman, and, you know, some people thinking it's going to be that tag match of Seth and Braun against Punk and Roman. But even if it's not, that's, you know, those are the kind of matches that Seth's going to be involved in. And now that Braun's with Seth, that's what Braun's going to be involved in. So, I mean, huge. Yeah, huge. So Dominik really shouldn't be getting that Intercontinental Championship. And that's kind of why when it comes to multi-person matches for titles, I'm not a huge fan of it, because, well, I always like to see the belt going on the most deserving person, you know? Because if you've got someone, and I know that there's lots of ways that we get around that, like Money in the Bank, for example. Money in the Bank's just a bit of fun where someone wins a ladder match, has the briefcase, and they're disruptors. That's how I look at that. They're disruptors. The person with the briefcase might not be the most deserving person. They basically won a ladder match. They won a one-off ladder match, which there's plenty of luck involved in that, right? So they won a one-off ladder match. They've now got the briefcase, and now they can disrupt. And that's why it's so exciting, because you never know when they're going to come down. They're going to disrupt. So Money in the Bank's exciting. I really don't mind that. They're disruptors. If the person cashes in, they're maybe not the best person, but, well, you know, it'll sort itself out eventually. They'll have to go up against number one contenders and defend that title and blah, 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 blah. But Money in the Bank, exciting, yeah. But when it comes to belts being defended in, like, Fatal 4-Ways, I don't quite feel that same way, because it's kind of like, no, I don't know, unless the champion really brought it on themselves, unless the champion did something that meant that, you know, they kept getting involved in other people's matches, so now they're being punished. I'm just not crazy about them having to defend in a match where there's luck that's involved. I mean, the champion could be ganged up on by the other three people, laid out on the outside, someone pins someone in the ring, and that's it, match over. The belt doesn't go on to the best person, does it? But we do it because of exactly why this, you know, Dominik, because he's maybe not the best person for it, but that match does allow for the belt to go on to someone that's arguably not the best person for it. So if WWE want to get the belt onto Dominik, there's obviously a few ways of doing it. You could do a singles match and have outside interference and cheat him. That's one way. Or you could do a multi-person match and have him steal the win that way. So I think the truth is WWE just want to get the belt on him. I think they appreciate his work. I mean, he has worked hard, in all fairness. And I think this is why he's getting cheered. I think hard work is seen and is appreciated by people, because no one can begrudge you if you work hard. And he works hard. He does all the house shows. He's doing media. He was over in India. He's always with Liv. You know, Liv and Dom being together. They just did Hot Ones as well. Before that, you know, he was with Rhea. We had Mommy. Mommy's always on top. Now we got the whole Daddy Dom thing. Of course, the deadbeat dad stuff. And we were getting those little extra videos where he was going round to Ray's house and the police were being called. And, you know, I mean, he does all the live events, and the guy is putting the work in. I think Ray actually is a really good parent in the sense of he's obviously got Dominik through the door. He's obviously said, like, you know, I'll pull some strings and I'll get you in. But you have got to work harder than everyone else. I could see Ray having this conversation. Like, I will put my neck on the line to get you in. You might have to go through NXT. I don't know, but I will get you into WWE. Because I don't think Dominik was even a wrestler before. I'm not aware of him doing the indies or anything. So, you know, WWE were always going to be interested. Rey Mysterio's son wants to, of course, they were going to always be interested. But Dominik has, so Ray has, you know, got that door open for him. But I can see it. I can see Ray saying to Dominik, like, you know, behind closed doors, you know, don't let me down. You do me proud. You put that work in. I expect you to work harder than everyone else. You live up to the Mysterio name. You don't, you know, you don't ruin my legacy. You don't ruin the Mysterio name. You do it proud. You do this. You give it everything. If this is really what you want to do, I'll support you. I'll back you. But you put the work in. And he has, hasn't he? I mean, he really has. So I don't begrudge him winning that IC title. I think he is a character that is that kind of heel that has to cheat to win. In a Fatal 4-Way, he just gets that opportunity and he gets it, right? So, I mean, the story is he the most deserving person? No, definitely not. I can, you know, Sammy is someone that, you know, in a one-on-one with no outside interference, I'd expect Sami Zayn to beat him. I'd expect Finn Balor to beat him. I'd certainly expect Braun Breaker to beat him. I'd expect Penta to beat him. But, even though he's maybe not of their skill level, this match allows him to still get the victory. The problem he's got now is how does he keep it? And I expect there to be a lot of cheating. I expect there to be a lot of outside interference. I expect that's going to be frustrating for people. I think that will get old. They do at some point need to start thinking about giving him wins and solid wins so that he can start standing on his own 2 feet. This is obviously a long career that he's going to have, though. So it's one of those where there's not really a rush. Because, I still expect to be sat here talking about Dominik Mysterio in 5 years' time. I expect to be talking about Dominik Mysterio in 10 years' time. So that's why, for me, I understand that it's one of those that people would be like, oh, I don't like it because he's not really deserving. But I think this match is kind of made for that. And I think that's why we've got it as a creative device, if you will. So, Chris, shout out to you, bud. Really, really good. That was a fun conversation. Kind of took us into multi-person matches and do they work for titles? It's been said before. I personally would like to see where a fatal 4-way is like an elimination thing, or a triple threat. If you've got the champ, you got to beat the champ. If you pin the champ, you win the title outright. If you pin someone that's not the champ, you don't win the match. They just get eliminated. And I would like to see that change brought in for title matches. You can still have upsets because didn't Dominik break a pin up by splashing down and pinning someone? So he could have been the champion in that moment. Champion could have been, there's ways of booking it where the champion is the one that's been beaten up. And then Dominik just steals the win, So you could still find a way of doing it, but I'd like it to be the change where it's the champ that has to be beat, rather than you just pin someone that's not the champ and now you become the champ. It's never made sense to me, that. Not in title matches, it's never made sense, but they just do it because it's a way of getting the belt on people that aren't the most deserving, Mackenzie said thoughts on Lola Vice call-up rumors. Honestly, I've not seen those rumors. I'm sure they are out there, but I've not seen them. I mean, my notifications are just, blocked, clogged, a nightmare. I personally wouldn't call her up yet. Maybe they will because she's a good-looking girl. She, can throw hands. She's got good striking. Maybe they're looking at it and they're like, she's very marketable. And, they're thinking, let's go. I would be tempted to leave her in NXT, though, and have her continue to evolve and develop and, continue to improve with her actual wrestling. I think she's very good at kicks and striking. But, what about her drop kick? What about her frog splash? What about her suplexes? What about her hitting the ropes? What about her selling? What about all the other aspects with, there's a lot more than just kicks and punches. We've seen her in a lot of street fights and things like that, NXT Underground type matches, because that's where she does best because it's scrappy. But, I mean, she's not someone that's going to go in there and put on a technical masterpiece with Stephanie or Julia. So is it worth just keeping her down there and seeing if you can keep teaching her stuff? I don't really see a rush. I don't really see an urgent need to get her going on the main roster. Unless WWE are thinking we need her because we got the AAA thing coming up. We need her because we're going to do something in Mexico. Maybe they've got some stuff coming up that we don't know about yet. Certainly a Mexican PLE. And they'd like to get her up on the main roster, ready for that. That would then make a bit more sense, wouldn't it? So I would say skill-wise, no. I think she could do with being in NXT longer and teaching her more pro wrestling rather than MMA. I don't want her to fall in the trap of Ronda, Ronda was someone that had an MMA skill set, not a pro wrestling skill set. And I think Lola Vice needs to just continue with that work. I mean, she's fine. You could call her up. She wouldn't look too bad. She wouldn't look like a fish out of water, but I definitely think there's more that she can learn. But yeah, maybe they know some stuff we don't know. Well, they do. They know lots we don't know. Hannah, shout out to you. Let's see what Hannah's saying.
Hannah, WWE Daze. With WWE's PLE list this year, it seems we're not having a new international PLE this year. But regardless of popularity, what's a nation you want WWE to go to based on its fascinating culture? T.
Mexico, Japan, Africa, any of those, anywhere we've not been really, anywhere we've not done a PLE. I mean, I would be looking. I mean, I enjoyed France, but the thing is, an arena is really an arena. If we go to France or Italy, I mean, if we go to Europe, if we go to Belgium and we're in an arena, I don't really expect much difference. All of these places are going to be very similar. An arena is an arena, isn't it? And people are people. So, but I would be very interested to see how an African crowd. Well, first of all, I'd be very interested to see if an African arena is different in any way. I don't think I've ever seen an African arena. I mean, I would imagine it's exactly the same. I wouldn't imagine it's any different whatsoever, but I'd still be interested to see if there was any sort of difference. Like, is it like a bit more open roof, or I don't know. I doubt it, but and you know, what kind of chants do we get? What kind of, how the fans, you know, over in Japan, for example, the fans can be quieter, more respectful. They actually sit and watch, and there's a bit more oohing and ahhing. You don't really get chanting, right, so much. You might get it from time to time with like Kenny for like Kenny Omega or something like that. But you're not getting hey, Bailey, ooh, ah, Roman Reigns, Roman. You're not getting that in Japan, right? What would Africa be like? I don't know. In my mind, it would just be like a party. You know what I mean? They'd just be like dancing away, chanting away. Like, I don't think they would be quiet. I think that there's a lot of passion in Africa. I think that showed through at, like, I'm thinking in particular of the World Cup. We were in, I think, South Africa, and they had like vuvuzelas, and there was lots of noise and color and energy. And I feel like the flavor of that would be different to the flavor from like a European crowd. So I'd love to go to Africa. Same with Mexico, really. Again, what's a Mexican arena like? I'm guessing exactly the same. I'm guessing there's no difference there whatsoever, but I don't know. Some people might be like, well, we could go to such and such, and that actually is really cool because it's got blah, 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 you know? So I do find the arenas frustrating because every arena just feels the same, and I would love to do some different spaces. I've actually started to see some images of AEW, and they're doing different spaces, not like arenas. They're doing, like, I don't know if they're ballrooms or kind of what they are, but they're doing different spaces, and the layout feels different. The way people are in the stands is different. They're not like your normal arenas. And I'm looking at that and I'm like, that's nice. Think about some of the spaces NXT has done, you know, like when we did Madison Square Garden Theatre, you know, that felt different. Or we did the UFC Apex, that felt different. So I feel like there's so much potential for us to go abroad and try some different spaces. You know, don't just always do arenas. There's got to be some really cool outdoor spaces that, you know, might still hold about 20,000, but they're just, look at WrestleMania 9. I don't know the attendance, that like 16,000 or whatever it was. But I mean, that was bonkers, wasn't it? WrestleMania 9 felt completely different to an indoor arena. I mean, as we look around the world and we look internationally, what opportunities open up? That's the point I'm making, I suppose, about arenas, is what kind of opportunities are there? For example, if you come to London, you could always do the Royal Albert Hall, which WWE have done before, and is a wonderful space and is, you know, very decorative and prestigious and looks fantastic. So I don't know why we always run the O2, probably to get as many people in as we can because it's a bigger space, of course. But yeah, as we look international, I'd be really interested in trying to find some different spaces, seeing what the fans are like from an energy point of view, a chanting point of view. Even if people are quiet, that wouldn't bother me. If that's their culture, that's fine. But yeah, just getting some different tastes, different flavors, different experiences. So really, I don't have a preference. I wouldn't sit here and go, oh yeah, Africa, definitely. Doesn't bother me if we went to flipping China, if we went to Australia, if we went to Singapore, if we went to Sweden, if we went to Iceland, if we went to Brazil, if we went to Chile, if we went to Mexico, I think there's so many interesting places we could go to Egypt. So many interesting places. So yeah, anywhere we've not been really, get a different flavor. Mr. Ethan, shout out to you.
R&R Ethan Southampton till I die. Member. Hey Daze, I've got an idea. What if the reason Becky attacked Lyra, and that is Becky is annoyed at Lyra because she has the women's ice title Daze? How are you bruv? Love the content, hope you enjoy. Life.
Hang on. What if the reason Becky attacked Lyra, Becky is annoyed at Lyra because she has the women's IC title? I don't think she's annoyed at her for that because she agreed to team with her when she had the IC title at WrestleMania. I think she was annoyed because she blames her for ruining her return, if you will. I think Becky wanted to come back, win the tag titles, carry them for a while. And so, they won them at WrestleMania and then literally dropped them, 24 hours later on her first Raw back. And I think she sort of feels like it was maybe ruined her return a little. I don't think that it's because she turned on her because she's got the IC title, because that wasn't an issue when she first returned. I definitely think we're building to Lyra Becky for the IC title. That's about Becky has never held because it didn't exist when she was last in WWE, which was only last year. But this title only got introduced earlier this year. This, Lyra is still the first champion of that belt. So, yeah, you're correct in saying that I think that's going to feature. And I think you're correct in saying that is, something Becky's going to be motivated by. But I don't think that's why she was angry. I think she was angry because they lost the belts. And I think she probably thinks it ruined her return. Hope you are enjoying life. Same to you, buds. Mr. Ethan Southampton till you die. Well, you are Ethan till you die as well. But also Ethan, Southampton till you die. So Ethan, shout out to you, buds. Right. Kelly said, hopefully tomorrow they're going to do a CT scan. If everything is good, I'm okay. Oh, what's happened, Kelly? Kelly, what's going on? Let me have a look, see what's happening. Is there another one? I missed a couple of streams and Daze still ignores me. Kelly, I need you to know that I do that on purpose. I need you to know that. I can't find the original source of the message, but it seems like it's bad news. Or sad news. I know, Daze. I'm waiting for my other half. Well, Kelly, I can't quite figure out what's happening, but obviously a CT scan makes it sound like something awful. Nothing major yet. Just a couple of concerns, says Kelly. Well, Kelly, thoughts with you. All joking aside, the community's thoughts are with you, my friend. But I still don't know what it is. And if you do put it in, I need you to know I will ignore that. So I wouldn't even bother, to be honest, because I am still ignoring you. So I've said something nice. And really, if you need any more from me than that, I think you're being a bit selfish, to be honest. Yeah. Just saying. Here's Hasib.
Hasib Hassan. Daze, I know people are happy Cena got 17 personally for me. He shouldn't, it ain't realistic. Look at fighters past their best. They're struggling, at least if he gets it struggle, for it looks bad on Cody.
Yeah. I don't really have much more to say. I mean, I thought the match was rubbish. It was slow. It was dull. I was waiting for it to pick up its pace. I mean, they were doing like basic foundation work. You know, it's the kind of stuff you do that means that the back end of the match is, you know, really exciting. That change of pace is needed because, you know, going quick doesn't mean much if you haven't really gone slow. You can go do a whole match that's quick, and that's a great fun open, and can be really exciting as like an open or, say, a Fraxium match. But for a main event of WrestleMania where you're probably going to go, you know, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and you're going to need that kind of opening. You're going to need to put those foundation blocks in place when you're building a house. You got to get your foundations right. And I saw them doing a lot of that type of work, which is fine. But when there's not a house that's then built on top of it, like, all you're left with is foundations, and no one's going to be thrilled at that. And so for me, they were doing a lot of foundation work, but the house never got built. You know, we brought down Travis Scott, which, imagine we're building a house and we do foundation work, right? So we'd putting the foundations in, and we're just waiting to build the house. And then all of a sudden a clown arrives, and a clown like just appears, and you're like, what are you doing here? And he's like, well, I'm here to help build the house. And you're like, I don't think you're the right person for this job. You're not the person I need to help me build a house right now. Like, you're an entertainer. Like, you serve a different purpose. And he's like, no, give me the shovel. Give me that thing, whatever that, you know, that thing. It's like flat, and it's made of metal. It's got like a point, and you use it to lay bricks. You can bang with it, but you can also spread with it. You know, that thing. It's a bit of metal that's flat, right? And it's got a point, and and you like spread with it. It's like, give me that, and I'd be like, no, you're a clown. I really don't need your help. And then I think like some bad weather came in, and we just gave up, really. And that's the best way I can explain the main event of WrestleMania, is that we just sort of all went home after having a conversation with a clown, and faffing around with like that one. It's not like a spade or a shovel, because it's not bent in any way. It's perfectly flat. They normally have wooden handles. I might have seen one that had a plastic handle once. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. Normally wooden handles. It's normally made of metal, and you sort of like spread stuff with it. I've seen people chop with it, actually. They go like that using the edge, and then they'll spread. So, I mean, it does serve quite a few purposes. I feel like that conversation we just had about that tool, even that was better than the main event of WrestleMania 41. So, yeah, really, you won't find a better explanation of the main event of WrestleMania 41 than what we've just explained. We laid foundation, a clown came along, we had a weird chat about why he shouldn't be there, and then we all just went home because bad weather came in, and we just thought, like, nah, let's wrap this up. Yeah. And that was that, really. So, everything you said, I agree with that. Casper, shout out to you. Let's see what Casper's saying. It's perfectly flat. What you do find sometimes is it's got bits of like cement on that's dried. So, like, sometimes, because it gets used a lot, so it's actually got like hardened cement on quite often. If you was to go around and see a builder, they would show you it, but it's got like bumps kind of on the edge, and that's the hardened. So that's not part of the actual tool. That is because they've done that and chopped with it, right? And then it kind of congeals, really. That's probably the best word I could use. So you'd know it if you saw it, what I'm on about. Here's Casper.
KZU3R. Sup Daze. I'm telling all you guys. Finn Balor is joining Seth and Braun. Yellow at WM0, Judgment Day purple.
I'm telling you guys, Finn Balor is joining Seth and Braun. Yellow at WrestleMania. 0 Judgment Day purple, says Casper. Casper, shout out to you, buds. Nita Nitro.
Nita Nitro. Well, I tried to unite all my boys yesterday, but it's a bumpy ride, James.
I don't know. You're trying to unite all the boys yesterday, was you, Nita Nitro? Hey? I have heard that about you. I'm just saying, people talk, yeah? I'm just saying. I've been on the Discord. Yeah. I've seen some of them conversations. No, joking aside, Nita is really good at uniting all the boys. So, shout out to you, my friend.
Tyler Hayes. Daze, with the appearance of Roxanne Gilia on Raw, are they officially called up?
Daze, with the appearance of Roxanne Julia on Raw, are they officially called up? I don't know. I would be surprised if Julia was, because, I mean, that's quick. She wasn't really in NXT all that long if she's called up. Roxanne, I think we expected Roxanne to be called up, didn't we? I think we expected her to come up after WrestleMania, so we'll have to wait and see. I think Roxanne, yes. Julia, the jury's out.
Odyssey Sama.
Odyssey.
The Rock needs to get involved in the Randy Orton and John Cena match.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there was an interview earlier, wasn't there, where he said that he didn't get involved because he didn't want to take the spotlight away from John Cena and get in number 17. I mean, that sounds a bit silly to me because, I mean, he was out there when Cody finished his story. He was part of that when Cody finished his story. So why could The Rock have not been part of... I mean, why could we not have The Rock out there and then bring Stone Cold out? They could have gone, and then we could have gone back to it just being Cody and Cena, you know? Then maybe we do the Travis Scott nonsense. To do the Travis Scott nonsense and not have Stone Cold, not have The Rock and everything, I mean, that didn't make that situation better. Right? I understand. If he's telling the truth, I understand his thought process. I can understand him being like, no, I don't want to take that moment from John. That's John's moment. But you don't have to be there at the very end, Rock. You don't have to be out there at the very end. There were other things we could have done. You could have been out there and we could have had Stone Cold deal with you. And then you go off fighting, leaving John to still have his moment if he's going to get 17, you know? So yeah, I mean, I believe him if that's what he's saying. I believe that's why he wasn't out there. I think it's stupid. So, but then saying that, there's not really much he's going to be able to say. There's not much he's going to be able to say that's going to change our mind. It's not like he's going to say something and we're going to go, oh, actually, no, WrestleMania was really good thinking about it. Oh, no, actually, that main event of WrestleMania, that was really good. Now he's just said that. Like, there ain't nothing he's going to be able to say like that. So him saying, no, I just didn't want to be out there. I didn't want to take that moment away from John is like, well, I wish you had, because what we ended up with sucked. So I wish you had. So will he get involved in Orton Cena? Maybe. But it is hard to say he's going to, because that's at Backlash. Dude didn't show up to WrestleMania. Is he really going to show up to Backlash? Don't know, mate. Maybe. He showed up to Elimination Chamber, so maybe.
Trinita Bitchy Boomer. You need to listen to the whole thing, because what he basically said is when Cody didn't want to turn the way he wanted him to, he decided to take himself out of the story after Chamber.
I saw that clip as well, yes. It is true, I probably do need to watch the whole thing, but considering it was on Pat's show, that's never going to happen. So I just have seen the clips. But I saw the clip of him saying that he didn't want to be out there at WrestleMania to take away from John winning 17. But it is true, there is also another clip that I saw where he said that he feels the final boss character may be done. He said that he feels that they delivered one of the most historic moments with the John Cena heel turn, and he didn't feel a need for there to be kind of any more of his involvement. But he did also say about not wanting to take away from John's moment in regards to WrestleMania in particular. So, I don't know. It's just a goof, isn't he? He's just a goof. He's just... he comes in, he flipping does this big angle, and then goes, well, job done. Guys, everything's done for a reason. Yeah, and we're like, oh, okay, well, fair play. I didn't think it was, but okay. So what is it then? So what is it? And then he just goes, off I go. Will you be at WrestleMania? No. Okay, thank you. Love you. You've ruined wrestling. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just so... Don't take me back to Mania. Why? We just had a really good Raw. Can't we talk about Raw? Why are we still talking about Mania? It sucked. Flipping main event. Travis Scott. If you want me to be upset, I can be upset. But I got it all out my system yesterday. I went on an epic rant for over half an hour and I felt so much better after. And then we had a really lovely time watching Raw. And now everyone's like, oh, where was The Rock? What happened with WrestleMania? And it's like, oh, God, I just don't want to go back to that mentally. Mentally, I've moved on. Oh. It's perfectly flat. Perfectly flat. I'm just saying, Google it. Dork Knight. Let's see what Dork Knight's saying. Boom.
Dork Knight. Member. I'm not allowed to be in factions because I would make said faction too overpowered.
Yeah.
The way they had to stop Hulk's powers in the Marvel movies.
Yeah. Dork Knight, shout out to you. Yeah, we do have a lot of new members. We play a faction game on a Wednesday where you get 4 members together in a group and you can play in the game, right? You just have to be on the stream at the time. And that's it. I mean, it's lovely and simple. And actually, I've got a real different game for this week. I haven't done it yet, but I've got an idea. It's not gonna... Well, I won't give much away. But it's different. But I think it will be good for first-time people that are maybe joining us. So I'm hoping to see some new faces around... Hopefully some new factions, but I appreciate it's going to be hard for new members to join up with other new members, so maybe the new factions won't show themselves this week, but I really am trying to encourage more new factions. James, hello James, I hope you're doing well. Bones said hello Daze, hello community, hello Bones, hope you're doing well buds, hope you had a good day. It is such a weird feeling right now, honestly, because right now it feels like I'm still I feel like, do you know what today feels like? The last day of a holiday. That's what today feels like. I feel like yesterday was the last day on holiday when you've got like a big activity planned, you know, like say you went to Florida and you was there for a week and you was traveling back on, say, the Saturday, yeah? And on the Friday, you went to Disney World. I feel like yesterday we went to Disney World. And I feel like today is the day that we pack our bags and we go to the airport. And do you know what I mean? There's not really much for us to do today. It's really just traveling back day. But we're still not quite ready for the airport. Like, we've still got a bit of time to kill. So that's where I am with today. I sort of feel like our WrestleMania weekend, our holiday is really done, but it's not totally over because we do still have this show tonight. So, but that's the best way I could word it. I feel like we're packed. We're just sort of like, flight's not for another 5 hours or so yet. So, should we go to that restaurant? That was nice. Should we go back there? That's what we're going to do. Should we go back to, I think, are we at T-Mobile Arena tonight? I don't even know where we are. We're in Las Vegas. It's like, yeah, the flight's not till later. Should we go back to T-Mobile Arena for one last time? Should we just get a little bit more holiday? Should we just get a little bit more? And that's what we're going to do at our WrestleMania season. We're just going to get that little bit more juice. Then we're going to squeeze a little bit more. Hopefully, I mean, listen, Stand and Deliver. I don't know what was the best show. Was it Stand and Deliver or was it Raw? For me, it's either of those. It's either Stand and Deliver or Raw. I mean, could this show we get tonight actually rival them? I mean, what if it's bonkers? What if there's like big reveal around Tony and Stacks? What if the Liv Morgan Raquel match bangs? What if there's like a new debut or a return? Like, what if it's like a really bonkers 2 hours and we're like, for some reason, I'm just not expecting that. For some reason, I'm thinking it's going to be like a normal... It just feels like an average episode of NXT, but it isn't. It isn't. It's not just a normal episode of NXT. It's a big episode, special episode. But it just feels that way because the NXT after WrestleMania is never special. This is not a thing. This is the first year that they've ever made this a thing. We've always had the Raw after WrestleMania, but the NXT after WrestleMania has never been a special thing. It's never been like, oh, it's NXT after WrestleMania, can't wait to see what they do. It's never been that. It's always been pretty much, just the fallout from Stand and Deliver or whatever the takeover show was. Hey, that's weird as well, isn't it? Main roster are doing a show that's a takeover. WWE takes over Perth, was it, or something like that? The Australia show is WWE Takeover Perth. What's that about? That's an NXT thing, isn't it? That doesn't give us any indicator as to what that show's about, apart from it's just going to be a B show that's just going to have matches. There's nothing special implied there, is there? I don't really like that name. Takeover is NXT. I don't really want... I don't know. That doesn't matter. Listen. It ain't that big of a deal. I'm just making it a big deal. Yeah, because I love drama. Here's James.
James Chadwick. Travis Scott is fake hard man who is a bitch.
Yeah, you watching, Travis? Are you watching? James, you should make a diss track. You should make a diss track on Travis Scott. Make a diss rap. I will put it on this channel. How about that? I will play it on this channel. The James Chadwick public takedown of Travis Scott. You want to see it? I want to see it. I've heard Travis Scott wants to see it. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Travis. What was the point of women's tag title change AWM only to give back to Liv and Raquel?
Mate, I did not plan that. I did not plan that. Travis. I can see that you want to change the subject, buds. But James Chadwick is coming for you. James Chadwick is coming. You're going to get cooked, mate. You're going to get cooked. James Chadwick knows swear words that aren't even officially recognized as swear words yet. He knows the next generation swear words. If he went on a TV show and had to answer questions on his specialist subject, it would be cursing. He is a savant. Honestly, he's like Rain Man when it comes to bad language. Can you imagine the takedown of Travis Scott? Oh, He wouldn't recover. It'd make Not Like Us seem like a nursery rhyme. Yeah. Kendrick Lamar would be picking up the phone to James. Teach me your ways. Yeah? Help me. Travis, understandably, as a result, wants to change the subject. So, Travis, we will dig into your topic, but we know what's really going on here, and it's okay to be afraid. What was the point of the women's tag title change at WrestleMania? Just to give it back to Liv and Raquel. I can only imagine so that you actually get 2 moments. I mean, it's that in it. So when we talk about having talking points, and that's what we look for, we had 2 of them rather than none of them. So we had new Becky's back, and oh my God, she's won the tag belts with Lyra. And I suppose you have to put the belts. You could have just had it so that Lyra and Becky didn't win at Mania, and then Becky turned at Mania. But then if Becky turned at Mania, you don't have that moment for Monday Night Raw, do you? Instead, what we would have is we would have Lyra and Becky promo, if you will. So I'm guessing they just went, right, well, let's have them win the belts at Mania. That creates a moment. Becky's back. Oh my God, did you see Becky's back and Becky's won the belt? Then we'll put the belt back on Liv and Raquel at Raw. That gives us another moment. And it kicks the can down the road, the promo between Lyra and Becky. It kicks that down the road another week. Because I'm guessing we build to Backlash. So I can sort of see why they would do it. And I can sort of see why people would be like, why have we done it? But I think it's so that we get 2 talking points and the promo is delayed a week between them. So Travis Scott, thank you. Here's Elliot. Let's see what Elliot's saying. Go on, Elliot.
Elliot, £9.99. Alvarez said Cena was supposed to turn at WM. Rock said move it forward to EC. He told them he was doing Mania and they did merch. Cena's turn was a month early, so no promo scripted, hence the odd build.
Oh, really? Is that what Brian Alvarez said? I mean, I know that Rock wanted to turn Cody, but then I think it was on the interview earlier, he said, no, I want Cody heel in the future. I think he'll make a great heel in the future. So it's always hard to know what the truth is because you hear these reports and then you hear Rock saying something different. I don't know if Rock's telling me the truth or if he's basically trying to cover up the fact that they were going to go a certain direction and they didn't. I don't know. But rumor mill was that he wanted Cody to turn heel first. Cody turned him down in real life and then he went to John, turning John. So I'm thinking it's that. And that happened, and then maybe this is correct as well, that was going to happen at WrestleMania. I just don't know when it comes to the whole booking of it. I mean, I don't really want to get in all of that because I think that once you start pulling at that thread, it really just that's just a whole mess. I don't really want to be getting into conversation wise because I wouldn't have turned John heel. I said that. And I'm sat here now after WrestleMania, having seen WrestleMania, I still wouldn't have turned him heel. I would have had Randy heel. So you still would get Randy Cena, but I would have had Randy as the heel. I think that a heel Randy makes sense for a program with the Wyatt Six. I think a heel Randy makes sense for a program with Cody Rhodes. I think a heel Randy makes sense for a program with John Cena. And so, I potentially would have gone that way. Obviously, then the question would be, well, that would mean that Cena wouldn't have got 17 at WrestleMania because you're probably not going to do face versus face because that's not great for Cody. But then, well, my counter argument would be that we've just seen heel John against Cody, face Cody, and that wasn't great for Cody either. I mean, I don't think that what Cody went through, losing the belt, having the crowd booing him, has been brilliant for him or his character. I think he and WWE have got a lot to kind of consider and think about now, but it's just a mess Honestly, it just feels quite messy. But there is a shred of light, and that is that I think face Randy, heel Cena, this works. I think what we've just been through has been messy, and I can honestly sit here and honestly say I would not have done what we just did, and but I do think this works for Backlash. I do think that we've got ourselves to a point now where we've got through the rough patch. We've put the belt on Cena. He's a heel, and he's going up against a babyface that the crowd will not turn on. The crowd will not turn on Randy Orton. The crowd are going to love Randy. So I think this match works. And, you know, I mean, it's just two of WWE's biggest ever stars going up against each other. This could be SummerSlam, to be honest. This is massive, huge. Backlash is huge. Backlash is really big. If the main event is going to be John Cena, Randy Orton in John Cena's final year with the WWE Championship on the line, I mean, there'll be plenty of old boomers that are like, I've seen this match so many times. I have no desire to see it again. And certainly, you know, a John Cena that's just put in the performance we saw at WrestleMania. But my response is, this is John's last year. And there's plenty of people that have not seen this match. Plus, we have not seen this match. I don't even know the last time we saw this match. Honestly, I don't know when we last had it. I mean, if you told me it was 8 years ago, 10 years ago, I would believe you. Because I certainly don't remember it since after the pandemic. So I would believe you if you told me 8 years, 10 years ago. So I think there's been enough time that's gone by where we can do this match and it be acceptable to revisit. And I think everyone wanted this as well. I wanted this in his last year. So yeah, we've been through a bit of a storm. We've been through choppy waters. People enjoyed the turn. People seemingly did not enjoy the main event match at WrestleMania. Some people enjoyed him getting 17 and some people did not. I would say probably more did. We did a poll during the WrestleMania stream asking who do you want to win? And it was 50. I'm sure, I don't want to say about wrong numbers, but I remember it there being like 58-42, something along those lines. Maybe when I ended the button, it was 59-41 or something like that. But, you know, it was around that kind of mark, 60-40 type mark. Which I was surprised it was that close, actually. So I do think it would be wrong to paint a picture saying everyone was happy that Cena won. I mean, everyone knows I wasn't. And when I did that poll, there was a sizable amount of people that were still riding with Cody for winning that as well. So, yeah, we've been through some choppy waters, but I think we're in a really good spot right now. So, Elliot, thank you for that information. That's really interesting. A. Jobson said the pizza and the wings have arrived. Yes. Let's go. Okay, Tyler. Let's see what Tyler's saying.
Tyler Hayes. It felt like John Cena made a mockery of their match at WrestleMania. Disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, there is that theory that he's trying to ruin wrestling, so did he ruin wrestling on purpose? But I just sort of feel like if that is the road we're going down, it's a really stupid road, because I think there's one thing you shouldn't mess with, and that is the quality of the match. There's lots of different ways that you can build to a match. And do you know what? Think of wrestling like art, right? And if you think about all those people that, you know, before cameras, people used to have their portraits painted, and that was a way of preserving, you know, this is what I looked like, and here's your painting, and that this is, you know, gonna be here forever. People will never forget what I look like because this is the picture of me, yeah? And there'd be people that would do landscape scenes and do, you know, nature and animals and all that sort of stuff, right? And I sort of feel a bit like wrestling is like that, in the sense of when you actually get to the match, you try and do the best match possible. Yeah, you try and do the most accurate picture possible. You try and do the right thing. I do think there is place in wrestling for when you get to the match to not do that. I do think there is a place in wrestling where you get to the match and sabotage it. And I don't know that Cena did that. There is a theory that some have that Cena did that because he's trying to ruin wrestling, right? And I think there is a place for that because if I look at art, that's how art used to be, where you do all the pictures perfect. And then, of course, we saw that it would change. And all of a sudden, we would start to get just shapes. And we would start to get like Picasso, who would start to not paint people as he saw them and like exaggerate certain things. And, you know, it would start to get all messed up. And so if you look in the art world, you can see that there's a evolution that happens there and a revolution that happens there, where it isn't just painting what you see. And I think in wrestling, you know, people say wrestling is an art form and all of that, right? And so if that is true, then I think when you get to the match, I don't think that it should always be perfect either. I suppose my problem, though, comes at the fact that this was done on the grandest stage if they have done this, by the way. I mean, I can't tell if he's just washed and he's just slow and he's just lost his athletic ability, he's lost his agility, and he's just, do you know what I mean? I can't tell if it's that, and that's a different problem, or if it's that he is done it on purpose, because he is talking about ruining wrestling, and he is talking of you get what you deserve and you deserve nothing. So has he purposefully sabotaged the main event of WrestleMania? On one level, I do find that interesting, because I think about art, and I think about how the rules of art changed and how that challenged people's thoughts and their perceptions, and how that was something that was revolutionary and something which was different and sparked conversation and blah, blah, blah. So I look at that and I'm like, are we doing something similar here with wrestling, where we are not trying to paint the perfect picture? We're not trying to do the perfect match, but we're actually trying to mess that up, slow it down, ruin. You know, Cena went out there and did not try for a 5-star match. And actually, every wrestler ideally wants to get a 5. Did Cena go out there and not try and do it? On one level, you look at that and go, well, that is clever if he's done that. That is different. That is brave. That is intriguing. You know, that challenges everyone's perception as to what a match actually should be. The problem I have with it is that it was not... I don't know that that's what they've tried to do. And also, I don't know that that really is right for the main event of WrestleMania, because people have spent a lot of money, and I don't know that wrestling fans are really thinking of wrestling as an art form. And I don't know that they're really considering things along those lines. And so if you take your kid to go to WrestleMania and you spend the kind of money that's involved to go, I don't think you're expecting the main event of John Cena, Cody Rhodes to be this potential highbrow art, right? I don't think you're going in with that expectation. And so, of course, you're going to walk away disappointed. And there'll be kids disappointed that, you know, maybe they'll be pleased that John still won, but there'll be plenty of kids that were Cody fans that just saw a boring match, a rubbish match, and, you know, their guy didn't win as well. So I look at it and I'm like, well, I'm really interested in exploring that, actually. And I do think there's rules. I've got rules that I don't want to see broken. I've got standards that I expect when it comes to wrestling. But the idea of a wrestler not caring about their match being 5 stars and actively slowing it down and actually doing stuff to make sure it's not 5 stars, That's an interesting gimmick, isn't it? That's interesting. That interests me. And certainly if they make it known in their promos, I'm not trying to make this 5 stars. And of course, I think the way you would counter it is you would have their opponent trying to make the match good. So the babyface would be picking it back up, doing suicide dives, doing moonsaults, trying to make, and then Cena grabs a headlock, slows it back down again. And of course, once he gets that headlock on, middle of the ring, and he looks around and the crowd are booing him, and he's got the headlock applied. And like everyone's like, oh God, it was just getting good then. And now he's gone and he's got a smile on his face because he knows he's ruined the match. He knows it slowed it down. The crowd knows he's ruined it. The crowd knows he's slowed it down. And I can sort of see, I can see something there. I can see a vision. But I don't know that I want that in main events. You know, that to me is a very intriguing thing at the mid-card level. That to me is something that I could see playing out and I could see a really interesting conversation around at the mid-card level. But to do that at the main event of WrestleMania, if that's what they've done, don't know, man. Not crazy keen on it, to be honest. The Rock versus Randy is a big match to do, says Odyssey. Rock versus Randy's big match. Yeah, it is actually. White Noise said, I'm a heel on Wednesdays, but I'm a face until now, unless you pee me off for the rest of the week. Daze, how are you? I'm good, thanks. Shack City, I hope you're well, my friend. How are you? Since the Wyatts and Alexa are not being used wisely on the roster, do you think they might have a better chance than NXT? Well, come back to me after Friday, because I didn't expect them on Monday. We did say maybe we get Alexa. And maybe she's backstage with Liv. Maybe she's chatting away and we get a little moment where she bumps into Liv and then we get a little glitch and, you know, we start the ball rolling. But I didn't expect anything more than that, and we didn't even get that, to be honest. But Wyatt 6-wise, it's always been about Friday. So they didn't show at WrestleMania. I don't know if you noticed, but they didn't show at WrestleMania. So we are now just waiting to see, are they going to show on Friday? I've got a sneaky suspicion that we should get something. I don't know that it's them, but we saw a lot of... Raw felt like an exhale, didn't it? So I think WrestleMania... The WrestleMania, if someone was new to wrestling and they were like, can someone explain to me what's happened? Why were the shows so bad and then Monday was so good? My answer would be, I feel like WrestleMania season was very tight. I feel like it was very restrictive. I feel like we were locked in with certain feuds and there's only so much you can do with those feuds. And we kind of spun our wheels. We weren't really making progress. We kept repeating things. You know, it was very stale. And I think what we saw yesterday was WWE and Triple H going, oh, freedom. We've got freedom. We don't have to keep telling the same story. We can do something different now that we're past WrestleMania, you know? And it's like, thank God for that. So I feel like there was an exhale, and I can't see why we don't get that same exhale on SmackDown. I don't know why we don't see that on Friday. So let's wait and see if we get them. I'm feeling confident that we could. I'm feeling like we may see them again on Friday. At the bare minimum, I would be expecting a glitch or something that implies that they are on the way back. You know, maybe we don't bring them back straight away, but something that implies, okay, they're coming. They're coming back. Maybe they return at Backlash, you know, and we're going to spend a few weeks of doing QR codes and glitches. If we get nothing Friday, I will be shocked. I will be shocked. I will be shocked. My only answer then would be, let's just give it one more week. And if we get nothing, then I'll be like, yeah, I'm out. I don't know. I can't answer it. We're well past WrestleMania now. So, yeah, Friday. I certainly don't think we've given up on them. They were on the board, weren't they? I mean, I don't know if you saw the video that I did, but there's an image that's done the rounds today, which is a screenshot from that trailer. We saw the trailer for the first time yesterday of WWE Unreal, which is going to be incredible. And I am sort of interested in doing watch-alongs for it because I think there might be stuff in there that we are going to be like, oh my God, about, right? I think that's actually going to be a show that's going to be really, like, you know, with LFG, all they're doing is they're taking rookies and they're training them. There's not really much that I think is going to be revealed in that show that we go, oh my God, what? I don't think it's got that to it. I think what the LFG show is, oh, that's interesting. Oh, they teach them that and then they move them into that and do that with them and or whatever, right? Oh, okay, that's interesting. I think it's good watch, but I don't think it's like, oh my God. I didn't think there'd be anything OMG about the WrestleMania 9 documentary. Yeah, WrestleMania 9 documentary is really nostalgic for me, of limited interest maybe to some other people, but I didn't think there'd be any mind-blowing stuff in there. I think the biggest thing in there is that Nick Khan was an usher at that show, right? And that's it really. But with this Unreal thing, we're going to see never seen before behind the scenes footage of the gorilla position as matches are happening. We're going to see in the creative room. We're going to hear conversations about, let's do this with this person. Let's not do that with that person. I think there's going to be some big reveals on this show. I think there's going to be some stuff where we're like, oh my God. So they originally planned to have Liv Morgan do blah, blah, blah. So the Wyatts were going to be at the Rumble. Blah, 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 blah. And already in the trailer, there is an image of matches that were penciled in for WrestleMania 41. One of those matches, Wyatt 6 against Judgment Day. So already, just from the trailer, where you can see a board that talks about WrestleMania, you go, what? I mean, as soon as I saw that picture, which I don't know how long, I mean, I've been asleep. So when I woke up, I tried to catch up and people had tagged me in it. So as soon as I saw that picture, I knew, I was like, I got to get a video done on this because that is definitely unseen footage, right? That is definitely something for unseen. But that doesn't feel like something I need to like sit on and wait for after NXT. We need to get to that now. So I just did a quick video on it. And yeah, I can't see why there won't be more stuff like that comes out of that show. So I don't know where you watch it. I'm interested to kind of do exactly that. And I'd be kind of interested to do watch-alongs for it because obviously it'd be good to experience those reveals together. But I don't know if it airs at a certain time and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't know where I would watch it. Everything I'm saying might not be possible. I'm going to have a little look here. Let's see what we're dealing with. Do you remember when you first found out that professional wrestling was fake? Did it take out some of the magic, like finding out... I won't reveal that. Prepare to have the business further demystified with WWE Unreal, in which Triple H declares it's time to drop the concept of kayfabe for good. Well, that's not true, is it? But that's not true. He did not say that. He said it's time to show more behind the curtain, but he didn't say we're going to drop the concept of kayfabe for goods. Could you imagine if we did? What the shows would look like? I mean, if we dropped the concept of kayfabe, we would have to have people on the show doing promos and then occasionally going, just so you know, this, I don't really feel that way about them, right? What, this is all scripted right now. Everything I've just said, I don't mean. If we were going to actually drop the concept of kayfabe, then we would have to have matches where they turn to the camera or stop and they go, we're not really fighting. Yeah, I don't want you to believe what you're seeing is real. We're not actually fighting. Like, that's how we would drop the concept of kayfabe for good. So that's a really stupid comment. And I love that for them. Who are you? AV Club. Well, that's not a club I'm a member of. The 10-episode series. 10 episodes. Oh, God, that's a commitment, isn't it? Is set to premiere sometime. Well, that's good. Who are you again? Sorry, AV Club. Oh, right. Love the work you do. It's going to premiere sometime in the summer. A synopsis from Netflix. Oh, it's on Netflix, guys. Maybe we can watch it sometime. For the first time ever, step into the WWE writers' room. Good. I want to put faces to the names and the people that I need to throw shade at. Yeah. I want to know who I'm blaming for WrestleMania. So, yes, show me them. Show me them. Just so that if I see them in public, I know who I need to go off on. So that I can James Chadwick their ass. So, step inside the writer's room. In my mind, it's like a creche. In my mind, it's just children running around. No, they do some good stuff. They came up with a good Raw. So, you know, love that for them. Where the drama is just as intense off stage as it is under the spotlight. Triple H, a former performer and current WWE Chief Content Officer, said 7 days a week, 365 days a year. This is calculated, coordinated production. It's time. We're going to lift the curtain. Well, there we go. It's going to be on Netflix. It's going to be a 10-part series. And, yeah, I'm interested. Kelly said, Me Too Days. Let's go. Kelly's in. Kelly is in. Take a 1990.
Take a 1990. Hello, Daze. I'm back home now. I did get sick for night 2. I still went. I slept until the last hour to leave for the stadium. Smackdown was 9:10. Mania for both nights 10:10. Raw was 10:10.
Glad you had a good time, buds. Yeah, I mean, how special. The memories you must have. I've said before, I would love to have been at Mania 9 because even though it's like a really bad show, I know I would have loved it. And I know I would have, like, it's just in the air, isn't it? I'd imagine everywhere you turned, it was just wrestling and people dressed as wrestlers, maybe even some wrestlers, but the superstore and just amazing. Just a wrestling fan's dream. So I'm glad you had a great time, my friend. Jamie
M. Stewart. There was that moment where he said for him to celebrate in the corner, and he was behind him. He looked ready to hit a haluva, I thought. But then Jimmy's music hit.
Yeah, Sammy. I agree. It did feel like the turn was coming. Love Bad Boys. Really, James? Hang on, let me just grab this comment. I mean, I'm not seeing this wrong, am I?
James Chadwick. Member. Love Bad Boys too.
Oh, okay. James. Well, we all learn something new, don't we? James, shout out to you. Any bad boys in the community? Hit James Chadwick up. I'm guessing he won't mind me saying it. I think it's if you go to X, bad boys of the community. If you go to @James Chadwick on X, drop him a follow and well, sounds like he'll follow back. So love that. Here's White Noise.
White Noise. I can't watch Hollywood horrors. I find them too tame and unrealistic. After I have watched Japanese horror films, I am immune to normal horror films.
White Noise, shout out to you. I think the conversation has moved on to movies. Is that what it was? Hang on.
James Chadwick. Bad movies, Will Smith movie.
Bad movies, Will Smith movie. No, I don't understand what that means. Bad movies. You want to watch bad movies with bad boys? No, it's back on, boys. Bad boys. Bad boys that like bad movies. Go to X. It's at James Chadwick. And he is really looking for, I don't know, you have to have people that look like Will Smith lookalikes. Exciting. What are we going to do when I come for you, bad boys? Tyler, at James Chadwick on X, bud. That's where you want to go, my friends. Hey, Edward, you're a bad boy. Oh, you'll love that clip, won't he? He'll love that. That'll be his alarm, won't he now? Every time Edward is going to be needing to go somewhere or wake up in the morning, it'll just be my voice saying that. Here's Fast Hands.
Edward Brown, LFC1, member. Daze, I don't get the point in the Unreal things, because it's exposing wrestling and showing that it's not real and everything is pre-planned IEK. Why they have to do stuff like this just don't make sense.
I don't think anyone really is under the impression that what they're watching is real anymore, are they? Maybe there's kids out there that are getting into it that don't know the truth, but I mean, if the kids kind of talk to their friends, they're going to get told quite quickly, I would imagine. I don't know. I think how long is it that kids can kind of, I don't think there's any adults now, but how long can kids kind of keep that magic, you know? The cat's out the bag, isn't it? You go on the internet and you've got wrestlers talking out of character. You've got terms like heel, face, kayfabe just being bandied around. Like it's done. It's done, isn't it? It's done. Kayfabe's still alive though, because as we pointed out, if kayfabe was dead, then the whole show would not be the show that you're watching. They obviously kayfabe. They obviously come down. They obviously pretend they don't like each other when backstage they actually do. You know, Cody and Cena are great mates backstage. Get on really well, but they've just worked a program where you would believe they hate each other because their characters do, but in real life they don't. They probably sat down, worked on the promos together, put that match together, had a drink after WrestleMania together, blah blah blah. You know, I've got no doubt Cody is going to get that belt back from Cena. I think that Cena is a good person in real life. He's done more Make-A-Wish things than anyone else. And I think that I think he's got a real soft spot for Cody. We know they used to travel together. I think Cena respects his work ethic. I think there's a real relationship there. I do not for 1 second believe that Cena in his final year has took that belt off Cody and will not repay that back at some point before he's done. And this is why I'm pretty adamant that either Cody's getting the belt back off Cena, or Cody will be the one that retires Cena by beating him. And he'll have the... I mean, I don't even know if that's a good idea, though, because everyone's going to be behind Cena in that last match. So I don't know how much it helps Cody to be the one that's given the honor of beating John for the final time. But I have very little doubt that them two being friends, you know, Cody has just, you know, given his belt to Cena. Cena's just won his last match at Mania. He's just achieved 17. He's walked off into, you know, the sunlight in many ways at WrestleMania, from a WrestleMania point of view. And so now we've just got to see out the rest of the year. We still got SummerSlams and we still got big matches coming up, but that is a debt that will be repaid. I don't have much doubt about that. So in regards to, you know, seeing in the writer's room and everything, to be honest, this is the stuff the fans want. This is where the online conversation is. This is what the dirt sheets live on. They live on rumor and they live on this has been discussed, that's been discussed. So this is the conversation that we have. This is where online wrestling fans are. It's just now we're going to find out if it was true or not, you know. They're not going to show us live now. It's all going to be old stuff, isn't it? They're not going to show us stuff like that's going to affect the future of where the stories are now. The stuff that's happening now might be shown in Unreal Season 2 next year. The stuff we're going to see, I'd imagine, will be like last year, early this year type stuff. Maybe there'll be a little bit of WrestleMania 41 in there behind the scenes. Maybe. But I don't think they ain't going to show us anything that's going to affect where we're going now. So I'm for it. I don't really have an issue with it, to be honest with you. It's the kind of stuff I would like to see. And I don't know who... If you think that it's going to take some magic away for you, just don't watch it. If you think it's going to ruin stuff, just avoid it. But yeah, no, I'm for it. Let's go. The dirt sheets, they live on rumours and backstage politics, says Nathan. K-pop lover said, everyone go to sleep. NXT is called off. K-pop lover, what? What do you mean? They've cancelled it. It's just not happening anymore. Are you telling the truth or are you fibbing, bud? Oh, I heard an interesting theory as well, by the way. And that is that you know that Penn and Teller made the NXT Heritage Cup disappear. What if it never reappears? What if that is it done for the... And that's how we get... That is so bonkers. I actually don't mind it. If we've got rid of the NXT Heritage Cup because Penn and Teller made it disappear and now Lexis King can't find it, that's actually low-key quite funny. And that might be it. Might be done now. Heritage Cup might be gone. And that's how we got rid of it. Penn and Teller got rid of it that way. That is such a YouTube short, isn't it? You can see it now, those channels that do those kind of videos where it's like, did you hear about the strange way WWE got rid of one of its awards? Well, back in 2025, Lexis King was the Heritage Cup champion and WrestleMania 41 was taking place in Las Vegas. As a result, so was Stand and Deliver. Backstage on that show, Penn and Teller, the world famous magicians, they actually made Lexis King's Heritage Cup vanish, only for Lexis King to never find it again. And then it'll loop back round. Did you know the strange way that WWE... And it would be something like along those lines. When I can see it. I can see it because I might make that video. I just need to know if it's ever going to return. If it's back on the show tonight, then there's really no point. Guys, Toys R Us is trending right now. What's this about? What's this about? Exclusive Story Kitchen and Toys R Us Studios. What's that? The entertainment production arm of the global toy brand have teamed up to develop a live-action film. The project has been described as being Night at the Museum, Back to the Future, or Big, plus other successful toy-inspired narratives. Okay. So they're going to do a Toys R Us live-action movie. Why has no one done a film where you get stuck in a toy shop for the night? That would be a fantastic kids' film, wouldn't it? I mean, I was sort of hoping it was going to be a bit better than that. A live-action Toys R Us movie is in the works. Maybe it is going to be something along those lines. That's quite exciting, isn't it? Guys, this is also quite exciting. Right, I'm going to show you what. So, this is what I'm looking at. So, here's the news. Live action Toys R Us movie in the works, yeah? All exciting, all goods. Then we've got this little GIF here. Toys R Us. And then I stumbled across this ASMR stream tonight. Trying out some cool new triggers I got from Toys R Us. Perhaps licking your ears sensually. What's this? Let's take the sound down. I mean, is she going to crush that with her boobs? Is this where ASMR is now? Like, crushing cans with boobs? This is PG. I mean, she's covered. Do you know what I mean? This is fine. I need to be careful with my hand, but is this a job? Is this a job? Is this what people do for a living? I mean, I think this is strange, to be honest, but I ain't this level, right? I ain't this level. I ain't tuning to my stream. How popular is this person? If they're more popular, oh my God, they are. They're way more popular than me. I do not have 29,000 followers. Is this... Oh, God. This is going to be risky, isn't it? This is going to be risky. I want to pinball again. It's got 32 likes, that has. I have baby hands. That's got 136 likes. It's weird, isn't it? I do look at social media and I'm like, I'm clearly doing it wrong. I think I'm clearly doing YouTube wrong. I have baby hands. Help. I just don't get it. Do any other ASMR streamers get a lot of people coming in who call it weird and insult chat and stream it? Yeah, I'd imagine every ASMR person does that. I get it at abnormal amounts. How can you say you get it an abnormal amount if you don't know if other people even get it? How does that make sense? How can you ask the question, do other people get people coming in my chat saying this, and then say, I get it an abnormal? Well, how do you know what normal is when you don't know the benchmark? I don't like this person. Even though my stream is labelled ASMR in multiple places, it happens on Twitch and YouTube, guys. It happens in both places. That's crazy, isn't it? It happens in both places. Why do they even click on it? I am so confused. Honestly, I do look at that and I just want to put, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you and your stupid tweets. I still hate you. Yeah, God, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird how this person is struggling to get respect. It's weird. Wonder why. It's hard to put your finger on it, innit? I wonder why people are going into this person's chat going, you're weird. I feel so sorry for this person. They're confused. They don't understand. Life doesn't make sense to them. Guys, it's clearly labelled ASMR, but people keep jumping in and saying I'm weird. I don't... Oh, God. I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you, my mystery friend. This has got nothing to do with wrestling. But in many ways, it's got everything to do with wrestling, hasn't it? Because we also get hate. We also get people coming in saying that we're losers and virgins. And do you know what? All of that's true. But people shouldn't know that. And they shouldn't say that. So I can relate to this person. I'm also confused. The only difference is I don't drink my Coca-Colas that way. That's literally the only difference between me and this person. We consume our beverages in very, very different ways. Do you think she's got like a sticky trail here? I mean, she probably has, but like, doesn't that mean if she's like having her drinks that way? Do you reckon she does that on stream? I might tune in. I might tune in and give her hate. There's just a lot of... There's a lot of the same post. Have you noticed this? There's a lack of original content going on at the moment. There's just this... Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Do you know what? I hope she's well. I hope she's had a lovely day. I hope she's ready for NXT. I hope she's ready for NXT. Like we are. Where are we time-wise? Let's go. Dort Nights. Dort Night. What are you saying, Dort Night?
Dork Night. Remember, I think I might make a romantic wrestling movie where two wrestling fans, one AEW, and when we fight against the odds despite their family and friends' disapproval to be together.
Oh my God, that's like Romeo and Juliet, isn't it? The Montagues and the Capulets. And instead, you've got a family of AEW supporters, the Khans, and you've got a family of WWE supporters, the Nick Khans. The Khans and the Khans can battle it out. AEW, WWE. I'd tune into that. I'd watch that. White Walker, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Shout out to you. WWE is the best soap opera of modern time. I agree, man. I agree. I enjoy watching WWE over any other TV show, to be honest. It is my favorite consistent form of entertainment. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love occasional boxing fights, but I don't watch boxing week in, week out because, I mean, it's really down to who's fighting. Kind of the same with UFC, really. I mean, they do really well with their big monthly pay-per-views. But, there's a lot of UFC cards where there's a lot of fighters I'm not aware of because they're just starting out, coming through. So, I really enjoy UFC. It's a brilliant form of entertainment. It's something I really enjoy. I know it's not for everyone, but I really enjoy it. And I love football. I love watching Man United. I love watching England. But for a week in, week out form of entertainment, yeah, there really is nothing like pro wrestling. Is there? There really is nothing like pro wrestling. I wonder what sumo is like. I wonder what that's like to watch on a regular basis. I mean, do you think they like... I've never watched it. I mean, I've never seen a show of it, but, are there character names and do they give you backstories and do you have like feuds? And I wonder what sumo is like. I wonder if sumo is like UFC, where you've just got loads of sumo fighters. They just put a card together and it is what it is. Or I wonder if it is a little bit more sort of I know it's a sport, but I wonder if there is a little bit more of a sort of pro wrestling slant to it. I don't think there's entrance. Is there entrance music? I don't know. How popular is sumo? I'm going to look. How popular is sumo? How popular is sumo? Sumo is very popular, according to AI. Considered the national sport. Yeah, it's considered the national sport, but is it not considered the national sport the same way that like bullfighting is considered the national sport in Spain? Doesn't mean that it's like the most watched, most popular sport, does it? Although it does say sumo's popularity is booming. Its popularity has fluctuated, but there has been a recent boom, especially with online engagement during the pandemic. While it was traditionally a niche sport, sumo is now enjoying a surge in popularity, both domestically and internationally. I could get into sumo, Is there any, like, sumos that we need to know about? Sumo, guys. Sumo wrestlers. List of active sumo wrestlers. Akua. Oh, there's quite a few. Not tons. Like, this is the list of active sumo. That's it, really. That's it. This is the list of active sumo wrestlers. And don't get me wrong, it is a long list. But if you compare this list to even the WWE roster, you think NXT, you think Evolve, you think Raw, you think Smackdown, I would say it's probably comparable. And that's it. That is it. That is all the sumo active wrestlers. I mean, imagine if you listed every professional wrestler. I mean, that list would take flipping days to go through. This list, this is it. That's it. There's still a few, though. Is this where they're from? Is there any non-Japanese? What's that? What country is that? It's capital of Mongolia. So Mongolia, Japan. Is that Ukraine? Really? Yeah. Southeast Ukraine. Wow. The first Ukrainian to reach the status of the Sekretary. I wonder what that means. Sekretary. Japan. Russia? Yeah, Russia. So we got a Russian. Oh my God. I have no idea what that flag is. What's that flag? Mongolia. Did we look at that flag down here? Did we already have Mongolia? Oh, yeah, we did. I already forgot. Mongolia. God, they love it in Mongolia, don't they? Mongolia. Uzbekistan, is it? Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan. That's a nice. Mongolia. Another Ukrainian. Wow. Hey, look at that. The second ever Rikishi from the Ukraine. So there we go. Rikishi, a sumo term. Just like Yokozuna, which I believe is the highest level you can get at in sumo is a Yokozuna. Rikishi. That's it. So Mongolia, Ukraine, Russia, Japan, and of course Earthquake. Everyone knows Earthquake was a sumo wrestler. Do you know, I could probably watch sumo. Sumo is a genuine sports segment steeped in tradition with real matches and strict rituals. Pro wrestling is scripted entertainment designed to thrill audiences with dramatic flair. Yeah, but do they give you like characters? Do they just play themselves? Do they play exaggerated version of themselves? I mean, I don't want to get too deep, but there's like Kathakali acting, which is where they use their eyes. And like, you know, there's like a lot of exaggeration. And so I wonder if sumo is just them being themselves. I wonder what the video packages are like. I wonder if there are feuds. I mean, how do you build up grudge matches? Is it literally just based on rankings? Do they do like press? Like, how close is it to wrestling? How close is it to UFC? I wonder what the similarities are. Do they come out with music? Do they have nicknames? I know it's a sport. I know it's not predetermined. But even so, it's in. We talk when we're watching UFC about like where the crossovers are with pro wrestling. I wonder where the crossovers are if we did the Venn diagram. I wonder where the crossovers are with pro wrestling, UFC, sumo. Basically, is this the next thing we need to bring on the channel for watch-alongs? Yeah? That's what we're saying. Is this the future? Is this the future? Is this where we need to go? Just saying I'm interested, that's all. Uncle Revel?
I'd like to start a faction for the Champions stream called Boob Control.
Oh.
You don't have to have big boobs to join, but must enjoy them. WWE trivia knowledge is second.
Okay, Uncle Revel. Yeah, I can support that.
Hannah WWE. Daze. More names the writing team would have for Daze if he was a wrestler. High Timeout Tribal Chief Daisy Maivia. Mr. Perfect. The Honky Tonk Boomer. Daze the Boomer Droz.
I do like Honky Tonk Boomer. I'm definitely down for that. Here's Kapata. Kapata.
I spent a lot of time in the East in the military sumo. Is seriously a different kind of vibe. Honestly, not the same kind of fight feel.
Well, that's very interesting. Very interesting. Kapata. Thank you, my friend. White Noise.
White Noise. Member. Can you imagine Days in sumo? He could be Yoko Boomer.
Yoko Boomer. Yoko Boomer. Bum, 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 bum.
Thesic horror Kingman. Days look up 2 girls, 1 cup lol.
2 girls, 1 cup. Okay. Is that like a... That's not a sumo thing, is it? Oh. Okay. If you don't want to see this, look away. I am disgusted by that. I would not share the same beverage as someone else, to be honest. I do think that, although they are sisters, maybe that makes it acceptable. But I think to kind of share the same beverage with a straw... I remember when I was at primary school, and I used to drink, like, you know, can of Coke or something at school, or a soft drink. And then when I got to secondary school, I was having a drink, and this, a friend, just someone that I, you know, had got, he was like, give me a drink, give me some of your drink. And I was like, there you go. And he was like that, and he gave it me back, and I was like, I don't want this now. And that used to happen at secondary school, was people were like sharing drinks, and I was like, yeah, I'm not like weird or anything, but I don't really want to do that. So yeah, I can see why we've highlighted this. This is pretty disgusting, to be honest. But what I will say is they are sisters, apparently. So don't let it worry you too much. Yeah, so I'm glad we could sort that out. So there we go. Right. Days, don't look up 2 girls, 1 cup. Honestly, I know why you... I get it. I see it. It's all right. They're sisters. Jim, they're sisters. They're sisters. Don't do it. God, people are really worried about it. I know. Listen, I understand. I was the same when I was at secondary school. It is weird. It is weird. Wes, let's see what Wes has got to say, shall we? Wes
420. Remember, Days, Nathan Fraser and or Fraxium joins Heyman, Seth and Braun.
Nathan and or Fraxium join. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, Nathan's interesting because Seth's always going to look out for Nathan, isn't he? Because he went through his school, so he's going to want to help him out. You know, Nathan's success in some ways is Seth's success, because, you know, that's a great boost for Seth's school, you know, where Nathan graduated from. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the fact that Nathan put that picture out of him and Seth sort of suggests that it's not in the works. But for those that have not seen, well, I don't need to show you. It's just a picture of him with Seth. And obviously the reason he posted it is because he wants people to speculate about the fact that he's going to join that new group. And they have just lost the tag titles, of course. But if he was actually going to join that group, would he do that? Or would he lay low? I think he would lay low. I don't think he would tease something that's going to happen. Batman big fan?
Batman big fan. Days. How would you book Roman after his feud with Paul and Seth ends? Would you have him go after Cena?
I think it's difficult because I think he's probably going to go on a break. And if he goes on a break, I don't know what the landscape's going to really look like when he comes back. I mean, at the moment, I'm like, well, Jay's champion. Does he go after Jay? Well, no, probably not, because he'd have to turn heel then. And I don't think we're going to turn him back heel because he was heel for a long time. Now he's turned face. So I wouldn't turn him heel. So I wouldn't have him go after Jay. Maybe I would have him help Jay. Maybe Jay would be in trouble and I would bring Roman back to help Jay. And maybe then that can be a story where it's Roman and Jay taking on a couple of people and Roman's kind of helping Jay. And maybe that could be quite nice. I think people would really like to see... Roman didn't need to help Jay win that title. Jay did it on his own. But, Jay's going to find himself in some tricky situations. So I think there's something there. But I wouldn't have him against Jay. I wouldn't have him turning heel again. So, yeah, I think I'd probably look at something like that, to be honest with you. I don't think he needs a title after having such a historic run. Could he face Cena? Yeah, he definitely could. He could definitely face Cena. Don't forget, we should be doing champion versus champion. So at the moment, that would be Cena versus Jay, wouldn't it? So I wonder if like Cena and maybe Rock or whoever, Travis Scott again, beating down Jay and Roman makes the save maybe at Crown Jewel. But at the moment, Crown Jewel is that whole champ versus champ thing, isn't it? I don't think we're gonna drop that. I mean, guys, we can't. It's so important. It's so important. The whole champion versus champion thing, but no belts are on the line. But instead, it's just a stupid belt that we only ever see once a year. Yeah, we're not going to drop that. The fans would riot if we dropped that and didn't do that this year. There would be full-blown riots. So, maybe somewhere along those lines.
Adam Newman. Daze San Diego Padres Stadium hosts Survivor Series War Games 2025, November 29th, outdoor stadium.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I think they should go bigger with Survivor Series. I think that Survivor Series really suffers from being in an arena. I think I made the argument last year that it should go into a stadium, but I said probably not in America because it's too cold, but there's enough places around the world where it's not cold. There's enough places around the world where it's, I think Australia, it's summer for them. So we don't need to just be confined to America when it comes to Survivor Series. So I would go big. I would do a stadium. I do think that we are missing a major show at that time of year. I feel like we've got Rumble, which is obviously huge in January. We've got WrestleMania, which is obviously huge in April. We got SummerSlam, which is now thankfully huge, 2 nights, Cardi B hosting in August. And that's it. Because technically Survivor Series, I mean, you could say Saudi Arabia, but we all know that Saudi Arabia is just show. It lacks substance, doesn't it? It lacks true meaning. And I don't think this champion versus champion thing changes that. I think the majority of fans just look at it and go, yeah, well, who cares? Who cares? Like, it doesn't have any meaning. It does not impact anything. Who cares who wins? So, to be honest with you, I'd even forgotten about it. Do you know, like, when I was talking about how I think Cody should retain because he's had a load of matches where he's gone in as the favourite, and I was like, he faced AJ and no one expected him to lose, and he faced Logan. And, like, no one thought he would lose. And, of course, at SummerSlam, I completely overlooked his match with Gunther. It's just got erased from my mind. I didn't even remember it had happened. So, like, that's how much of an impact that match had on me. It had no impact whatsoever to the point where it was gone. My recall of it was just not there. So, yeah, even I forgot that flipping match went down. It just does not matter. No, I don't care. No one cares. So I don't really count the Saudi shows as being these kind of major shows. They definitely are meant to be. And I do love that for them. They are meant to be big shows, but they're not. So sorry about that. So then, like, for me, you've got August, and then you haven't got anything until we get to January again. So we do need a major show at the end of the year. And War Games is just not it for me. War Games has never been it for me. War Games is, bloodline, exciting, but it's in an arena. I don't like the concept of War Games. I'm tired of seeing people jump off the flipping cage in different ways. Bronson Reed shattered his ankle by doing it, and, like, I'm so ready for something different. Something that's going to be more exciting. So, Survivor Series in a stadium, make it a monster show, big deal, great end to the year. Yeah, let's go. And we know actually this year we're really fortunate because in December we're going to have Bye Bye Cena, aren't we? We're going to have Thank You, John. We're going to have Ruthless Aggression. It's probably not going to be called that. I think it's Saturday night's main event, but yeah, I'd love to have a big Survivor Series. Outdoors in America, I don't know. I mean, you'll have to tell me, is that a good idea or a bad idea? I find it to be a little brave because it's not Florida, is it? I don't even know where it is. Can't remember. But is it San Diego? So, I don't know. I'm guessing it's going to be cold. But that's okay. You know, fans can be cold. But is it going to rain? That could be a problem. That could be a problem if it rains. So, yeah. I'm down for it, though. Make it as big as possible. Right, here is Edwards. I think, is this a message to James?
Edward Brown LFC 1. Daze, I am a bad boy, and yes, that will be my alarm now. And who cares if it's my alarm, and also days about my title shot. I am interim, and I may not be able to have my shot this week, but is next week. Okay.
Yeah, next week is okay. Next week is okay. I don't, actually, my brain has not considered what would happen if the champ and the interim champ weren't around. My brain has not gone that far down the rabbit hole. So we do need to get our interim championship sorted. But actually, just on a separate point about the members thing, that setup's not bad, is it? I don't find that to be too cluttered. I actually look at that and I'm like, that's okay. I can live with that. I would probably just change the background a little bit on it. I think that I can make it look a little better than it does. But actually, layout-wise, I don't find that to be too cluttered. I think that's workable. I think that's sustainable. I suppose the point I'm making is if Edward and Nitro have a match and we have one champion, then that would create a space, wouldn't it? And I don't know what we fill that space with. I mean, the obvious thing would be a mid-card championship. Or perhaps it'd be better if it was a tag team, because that way we would get more people involved. So, I don't know. There's so much potential for growth. I have put the post up now for the members. Members, thanks to the kind generosity of like Phantom and King Yeti and so many people. I mean, we had so many gifted memberships over the weekend that I really want to make sure that we're bringing value to that side. Like, that is, you know, a big focus for me, to make sure that these people enjoy that experience and, you know, hopefully want to stick around. So I want to make sure that we're doing good stuff. So I'm open to ideas for people to leave their thoughts on that post. So yeah, Edward, it's fine if you can't this week.
Justo Alvarez. War Games this year is going to be Braun Breaker, Seth Rollins, and the other guys they're going to bring.
Okay, yeah, I could see that. I could see us build into that. I think this group's going to be a major focus, yes. Here's G Doggy Dog.
G Doggy Dog. San Diego has the best weather in the US.
G Doggy Dog, shout out to you, buds. Actually, I couldn't point to San Diego on a map. I couldn't quite tell you where it is, so I genuinely don't know. So I'm just going to believe you. James, I'm just changing some of the words so that they're broadcastable.
James Chadwick, member. Why do people have to ruin my good mood? Shit the flip up about Brock. He ain't coming back for flip's sake.
I missed that one. I think you meant to put shut the flip up, but you actually put SHIT and I missed that. So even when I tried to take the bad language out, bad language still finds a way through. James managed to smuggle bad language into that message then. in a stealth manner. That's very clever, actually. That was very clever. I really tried my best to eliminate the bad words, but, well, you know. Even when you try to get rid of the bad words find a way of making it through. Incredible work, James. Incredible work. Go.
Hazib Hassan. Daze, do you think WWE should bring in trios titles?
Not for me. I think if you've got a tag division, it's very hard to have a trios division as well. I mean, I don't know how it's working in AEW. As everyone knows, I don't watch. But when I was watching, it was very difficult to have a tag and a trios because there was so much crossover that, like, it just sort of felt like if you lost your tag belts, well, it didn't matter. Just go after the trios one. Just add an extra person, go after the trios one. You know, you don't necessarily have a trios division or a tag division. You just have teams that sort of compete for both. And it just sort of gets a bit, like, inconsequential, you know? I don't think our tag divisions are very good anyway. So to then create, like, trios belts, it sort of means, like, oh, don't worry about it. You haven't got the tag belts, so just go after the trios ones instead. Doesn't matter. Oh, you just lost the trio one. Oh, don't worry about it. Just go after the tag one. It's fine. Do you know what I mean? Like, they just sort of get in each other's way in my mind. So if you're going to have trios, get rid of tags. If you're going to have tags, don't have trios. I think it's hard to have both. Unless you had tags on Raw and trios on SmackDown, you know? Maybe it works that way, where you actually do one-on-one show and a different one on a different show. Outside of that, though, I find that they can sort of get in each other's way a bit. That might work. Just do tags for Raw and trios for SmackDown to give them, like, a point of difference. That might work. Could work that way, I suppose. Because you've already got 2 sets of tag belts anyway. So why not move all the tag teams, like, say, the Street Profits, that are just a 2, right? Just put them onto Raw. And any teams that are a 3, like, I don't know, who's the 3? A New Day were a 3, weren't they? I suppose, could you say LWO? Because you've got, like, Del Toro, you got Wild, you got Dragon Lee, you've got Ray. Like, you could take 3 of any of those, couldn't you? Legado. You got Angel, Berto, and Santos. So any that are like a 3, you could move on to SmackDown. Any that are just a 2, like Pretty Deadly, or Motor City, or DIY, they could all go over to Raw. So maybe actually it would work that way. Casper said San Diego is the very bottom of California. It's on the Mexican border. Ah, okay. Well, I could see that having nice weather then. I can see that. Right, how long have we got? Oh, 50 minutes. It's gone by fast, hasn't it? We've done over 2 hours. Wow, look at us. Look at us, eh? Look at us.
Batman big fan. Daze. If it was in your hands, would you have Punk go after the world title or the undisputed title after his current feud ends?
Would we have Punk go after the world title or undisputed title after his current feud ends? I wouldn't have him go after the world because that'd be face versus face. So I wouldn't have him go after worlds. Would I have him go after John Cena? Yeah. Yeah. I think Cena gets past Orton and then I think Cena Punk. I could definitely see us moving on to that. So yes, I think CM Punk and John Cena are going to cross paths. Octavia.
Daze, will Orton take the belt off of Cena?
No.
Cena accomplished what he wanted. He got 17. So him holding the belt hostage until he retires makes no sense to me. It'd be pointless.
No. Because I think he's really going with this message of I'm going to ruin wrestling. I am going to take this belt and this is the belt Bruno had. It isn't. This is the belt Hogan had. It isn't. This is the belt Stone Cold had. It isn't. But, you know, in John's mind, it is. And he's going to take that belt and he's going to leave with it. And he's going to be the last real champion. That, to me, is them using TV time to plant the seeds of where this story is going. So they're counting down the dates that are left. They're counting down the dates till he leaves with that belt. He's talking about being the last real champion. They are using TV time to plant seeds, to set the table, to really drive home the story of what I think is going to be the bulk of the rest of the year for Cena. So for that to all just be thrown away now and for him to lose it to Orton, I would be very, very shocked. So for me, Cena, by hook or by crook, somehow, maybe Travis Scott again, maybe The Rock, maybe a new mystery person that's going to help him out, maybe a count out, maybe a DQ. Somehow, John Cena, I believe, will leave Backlash with that championship. And I think it'll be CM Punk for him after that then. And I think this last real champion and all of that is a way of kind of getting his teeth into that. James said, Super Chats, thank you, James. I have ignored the Super Chats for long enough. I honestly haven't even seen them coming in, to be honest. Matt Carney, let's see what Matt's got to say.
Matt Carney.
Okay.
How does a company balance giving the people what they want, whilst also forcing them to take bitter medicine that will be good for them in long run?
Well, I think what you have to do is you have to make sure that that medicine that's good for them in the long run is entertaining. I mean, of course, my brain immediately goes to John Cena. And I think that if you had to take the belt off Cody because Cody is going to get his revenge further down the road, then I would say that's fine. And that was not going to be to everyone's taste. That's not what everyone was going to look for. And actually, I think WWE knew that because I think WWE really wanted everyone to be behind Cody. They really, in an ideal world, they want Cena hated. In an ideal world, they want Cena being booed out the building. John Cena is a heel. He has no time for anyone, none of the fans. And so I think that they are really trying to get the fans to turn on him. Now, if you really do work hard to try and get the fans to turn on someone, you're always going to face that backlash by the fans, certainly the smart fans, that are like, oh, I know what you're trying to do. Well, it ain't going to work. You can't control me like this. And so you will always have a degree of like backlash, yeah? I'm not saying that's what's happening here. Maybe there is a little bit of that. I just think John is loved and they've tried the heel turn. And I mean, there's fans that just don't care, that are just going to support John. John can say to them that they suck. He hates them. And they're like, that's fine, but I still love you, John. I still love you. And that's what matters most to me. For everything you've done for me, John, nothing you could do could make me hate you. And, I don't think that's what WWE are looking for. So I think, they are, you are going to have to do results. You are going to have moments that the fans are not going to appreciate. But there is no reason as to why that match was as underwhelming as what it was. There's no reason why they could not have come up with something better than Travis Scott coming down to the ring to ruin that match. WWE are a little bit too into the celebrity stuff. WWE are really a bit too focused on, in my mind, the casual fan, the wider world, kind of the non-WWE fan. They're a bit too focused on that. And I think it is to the detriment of the WWE fan. And what I mean by that is we want a wrestler to have that spotlight. We want someone to come down like Seth that's going to help John. Everyone was like, is there a third person in this group? And there was a lot of theories that Heyman and Seth was going to join John. And maybe that's not what they had planned, right? But people want wrestlers in that spot. They don't want singers that don't have any belonging. He's paid no dues. He's done nothing apart from be a fan of wrestling. And we're all fans of wrestling. Travis Scott is no better than you. And he is no better than me. He is a fan. And that is it. Just like you're a fan. Just like I'm a fan. What Travis Scott has got is fame and followers and star power. And it's just dirty, isn't it? That should not make it acceptable for him to be in that position. And certainly, you know, Triple H coming out saying, oh, he loves this. I find very insulting. Because do you know what? I love this. And I'm never going to be in that spot. You love this. You're never going to be in that spot. But Travis loves this, and we're using that as a reason. I mean, it's just lies at the end of the day. I'm sure he does love it, but tell us the real reason, please, Triple H. Don't insult us by saying he loves this, and that's why we're using him, yeah? You know, he belongs here. It's in his blood. He's passionate about this. Shut up. The real reason you've used him is because he's one of the biggest singers on the planet, and you want impressions. And that's why he's in that spot. And you know what? That disgusts a lot of wrestling fans when there could be a wrestler in that spot instead. And I've been banging this drum from the very beginning that I've been live streaming, saying about celebrities, how they shouldn't be in the ring. And, you know, I've been very, very consistent with that messaging. And I will always be consistent with that messaging. And I've not changed my tune. And I've always felt this way, and I've always found it frustrating, and I've always felt it to be disrespectful to the wrestlers. And you know what? I just get a little sense, a tiny little sense, that the rest of the wrestling world is finally waking up. I just get a little feeling that we may have pushed that button too hard. We may have gone too far with it. We may have peeved off a few too many wrestling fans now. The backlash for WrestleMania 41 might be the moment where people start waking up and actually start to recognize that this has been a problem for a long time. It's just now that it's really messing up some stuff that people really care about. Maybe Travis Scott is... I don't even think Travis Scott is the worst of them. I think Bad Bunny was worse. Travis Scott coming down and getting involved is not as bad as Bad Bunny beating Damian Priest. Right? Damian Priest losing to Bad Bunny. I know there was a lot of bells and whistles, but in reality, Damian Priest should have smashed Bad Bunny and beaten him in 2 minutes. Yeah? But Bad Bunny's a singer. The fact that match was even remotely competitive is insulting to wrestling and insulting to Damian Priest. And I flipping hate that match. And the fact that that match got praise disgusts me, to be honest. So I'm really not the right person to have conversations about celebrities that wrestle or celebrities in wrestling. I like celebrities bringing their star power to wrestling. And I think if Travis Scott was to come in, I didn't really mind him being in the ring when the heel turn happens. I didn't mind that. I really have no desire to see him wrestle at all. I mean, I want to watch highly trained wrestlers. I don't want to watch singers wrestling. I like Cardi B, right? I find her to be entertaining. I like some of her tracks. But I have no desire to see her getting physical with a wrestler, because wrestlers should murder Cardi B. They're highly trained. They should know different holds. They should know several different ways to choke Cardi B out. My argument has always been you would not get a celebrity stepping into the octagon, stepping up to flipping John Jones and thinking they can go toe-to-toe with John Jones. You wouldn't get Bad Bunny going into the octagon. So why do we disrespect wrestling, professional wrestling, so much? It's because it's scripted, isn't it? And we can. It's because we can. We can disrespect it because it's scripted and we can do what we want. And, you know, WWE always justify it as we're just trying to put smiles on people's faces and whatever. And unfortunately, people have gone for it in the past, but I do sense that that tide has turned, maybe not totally, but a touch. Definitely a touch. So when we talk about that balance of how do you give wrestling fans the medicine they need, if you will, when they might not want it. I would say, well, results are one thing, but how you get those results is another thing. So for me, there was no reason as to why that main event match was as underwhelming as what it was. There was no reason as to why Travis Scott had to be involved in that way. You know, if you need him to be involved, then at least make sure he's coming out with a wrestler. Yeah. At least make sure that you've got something that's more wrestling focused. Travis Scott is the additional garnish. Yeah. Just like when he came out at Elimination Chamber, he didn't come out on his own. He came out with The Rock. He is additional. He is extra. Yeah. He was in the ring during the heel turn, but he was just wafting away in the background. He is bonus material. Yeah. He is DLC. He is not the main focus. And for some reason, in the main event of WrestleMania 41, we decided to make him a main focus. And it sucked. So, yeah, for me, there are ways to do that. And, you know, you are going to get complaints. I mean, look at how Cody lost at 39 to win at 40. You know, there was upset at 39 after 39. You're going to get that. I think if you're a booker, you know you're going to go through that. I think it's wise to try and quickly bounce back the next night or something and move the conversation on. It's a little bit like how what we've just done at 41. I think they know or knew people would be upset because had it gone the way they wanted, everyone would have been against Cena and they would have had Cena win. And so I think you have to very quickly move on. And, you know, we got an amazing Raw where the conversation quickly moved on, you know, and that went some way to, you know, keeping the fans happy. So, yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think there are definitely ways of doing it. And I think sometimes that balance is off. James said, do we think that Rhea and Io are going to show up tonight? I wasn't expecting it, but I suppose it could do. I suppose they planted some seeds, didn't they? So, yeah, I suppose they could do. James, that's an interesting thought. I'm going to mull that over mentally. Anna, I hope you're well, Anna. Anna Dawes. Anna Dawes. Anna Dawes. Anna Dawes. Let's see what Anna's saying. I've just copied loads of messages. How do I delete all of this? Oh, lovely. Here's Anna.
Anna Dawes, member, £4.99. Daze was mania, that bad you're now looking to dump wrestling for Sumo. I know it wasn't good, but wow.
It actually wasn't mania. We were talking last night because it looks and feels like Pat now might be getting involved in a match. And I was like, mate, if we're now going to start bringing him even more, if he's going to do commentary and then he's also going to be involved in a storyline we've gone through, I'm like, I might need to start finding a different form of entertainment here. So we were talking last night about different. Are there any sports teams that don't have any watch along streamers? Maybe I could jump over and start covering a different sports team. So we were talking about basketball and everything, and then it dawned on me today: sumo. Maybe sumo would be my calling. Perhaps I could go over there. So yeah, not technically WrestleMania, but part of WrestleMania weekends. That's definitely made me a little bit sad. I just think it really is one of the most disappointing times, really, that I can ever remember streaming. I don't really remember like feeling so down as after WrestleMania 41 previous. I'm trying to think how we felt after 39. I seem to remember being a bit down then, to be honest. But I don't remember having the same level of anger that I woke up with the next day. I just remember being like, obviously, pretty running on zero, pretty, you know, energy-wise being a bit like, oof, after a long day of streaming on Sunday. And, you know, trying to find the positives and trying to focus on, you know, people chatting away and not trying to ruin the vibe for people. And so, you know, we're having a laugh, we're having a bit of fun and everything. But obviously, once you end the stream and you sort of like, everything hits you, I was sort of like, oh my God. I mean, I did a few videos, went to bed. And then, of course, I woke up with a bit more energy and had a night's sleep. And I just woke up and I was just so frustrated and angry that was it. That was WrestleMania. Like, that was it. We talk so much about that show and we build up to that show. And I just woke up and I was like, the sponsors, the amount of money that people spent, like, and that's what we get. And it's so messy as well. Like, it's such a mess. And I was in a bad mood. I was in a really bad, hence my half an hour rant when I started the Raw stream. And a few tweets I put out on social media. But, you know, as soon as honestly, once I had my rant, I felt so much better. I think sometimes you do just need to get it off your chest, don't you? I do. I wish I didn't. It's a flaw that I've got, to be honest. It is a flaw. It's a flaw that I've got. I think I'm quite good at sitting and just having chats about stuff. And if people have got different opinions, I think I'm all right at, like, you know, I'm quite happy to acknowledge there are different opinions and that a lot of people don't think the same way I do on stuff, and that's absolutely fine. I think I'm all right with that. But there are certain subjects that I am dug in on. Yeah, I am in the trench. I've got the tanks lined up. I've got the Royal Air Force ready to go, right? I've got the mines all set out. And there are certain subjects I will not flip in budge on. There are certain things that I am dug in on. And that's, I suppose, bad in a way, to be honest. And so when it comes to certain things, my opinion just will not be changed. And my feelings will not be changed. And I am dug in. I'm in. Stubborn. I am. It is a flaw. I am really stubborn. If it's something that I really believe in, I'm hell bent. There is no moving. There is no backward step. There is no reverse gear. I shouldn't laugh about it because it's not something to be proud of, but it is. Thankfully, there are really not many things that I feel that way about. So thankfully, that's the positive. But there are a few things I feel that way about, and there is no reverse gear on those things. So, yeah, as soon as it turned out that Pat might be getting more involved, the war helmet came on, yeah? The troops were lined up, right? The strategy was being formed. And I was ready for war. We were in war mode. So, listen, if I have to go to Sumo, I'll go to Sumo. That's it. If I have to go to Sumo, I will go to Sumo, and I will be a Sumo streamer. If I have to go and become the newest flipping Washington Wizards streamer, then I will do that. And I will go and I will be a Washington Wizards streamer. I don't even know if that's their name. I don't even know if they're called that anymore. Because I'm pretty sure they used to be the Washington Bullets. At least that's how I remember them when I played NBA Jam. But I'm pretty sure they moved away from Bullets. And that's probably wise, to be honest. So I think I'm a wizard now. If you take anything from this, it's that I'm a wizard. Like my spirit animal, Harry Potter. So I wouldn't actually. I'd be a Raptor. There's got to be people that do Toronto Raptor watch-alongs, hasn't there? I might go into that, though. I don't know. I'm keeping my options open, but Sumo is very much on the table. So I've not ruled Sumo out. Oh my God, I could do like Sumo interviews. Do you know what I mean? And we could look at what they eat in a day. And I could go and try it out. Do you know what I mean? I think there's a lot of content there, to be honest. And I could learn Japanese. Oh my God. That'd be so good. Doing an interview with a sumo star speaking Japanese. Been chilling and all that. Oh, love that for me. So, Anna, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Maybe me and Anna could do like a reenactment of like some of the greatest sumo moments. They do that, don't they, sometimes? You know, like when they're building to a UFC fight, you'll have some UFC fighters that like kind of like show the technique. Perhaps me and Anna could do that in in a studio where we like, reenact some of the great moments from the past and talk about the technique and the strategy. I mean, right now I know Edward's like this. He's like, Daze, I'll do it with you, Daze. I'll do it with you. Edward would love nothing more than wearing a diaper and me wearing a diaper and us grappling around in a studio. I mean, that is. I've seen it in his diary. That is literally his dream. So I know that there are people that are really adamant right now that they would love to take part in that. I can't say that that's Anna's dream. It probably is, knowing Anna, but we know there's certain people in the community that would love that. Right, here's Delwyn.
Delwyn Jones. Best Raw ever last night. This is Seth Rollins turning on Shield level. Important also, Rock hinting on the pod, Seth telling him his soul could be up for sale. Braun with Heyman and Seth is just perfection. Heyman sees him huge star.
Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Again, thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. The community really appreciates it. You're an angel, a true angel. Best Raw ever. It's a big statement, but I saw so much praise for it. I mean, a lot of review places, like 411 Mania, whatever. I mean, just really high scores. Everyone was full of praise for last night's show. So we said, didn't we? I think our community is enough of a sample size. We don't have like 5 people that join us. We have like a good amount of people that join us. I think that our community is enough of a sample size to know really how people are reacting to things. And it was just overwhelmingly positive, wasn't it? So, best Raw ever. It's a hell of a statement. This is going to be Seth turning on Shield level important. Rock hinting on the pod that Seth telling him his soul could be up for sale. Braun with Heyman and Seth is just perfection. Heyman sees him as a huge star. Yeah, I agree. I think that it was a massive moment, a massive development. I think it breathes new life into Seth. I think it makes the Seth-Heyman relationship a bit more palatable because now I sort of see Heyman as being a guide for Braun. I mean, what advice does Seth really need? I suppose he needs a bit because he hasn't been around that WWE title in a long time, but then no one has because Roman had it hostage for like 4 years. So no one's really been around that. But I think it's really good that WWE are looking at Seth getting his flowers. I mean, I do think Seth should be someone that's around that WWE title. I think that there is another level Seth can go. Seth is, in my mind, sort of in between the World Heavyweight and WWE. Is not quite WWE champion level because that's Cody, that's Roman. Dare I say that's Punk. It is Seth, but you've got to do it. You've got to pull the trigger on it. Like, Seth has just been so far away from that, putting him with Heyman, giving him Braun. I mean, this is the stuff that not only gets him there, but gets him there and it makes sense. And it's not just us doing it for the sake of doing it. It's not just us doing it because, here you go, Seth. We appreciate the hard work. Have a little run with the belt. It's not that. It's, here you go, Seth. Here's the main event of WrestleMania, night 2. And you know what? You deserve it. You legit should be in this spot because your creative is so good. And you've got Paul Heyman. And you've got Braun Breaker. And you've caused all this disruption. And this is where you belong. I agree. It elevates him. And that's a weird thing to say about Seth, isn't it, really? Because for many people, he's already at that level. But for me, he's just been away from that level for a bit too long. So we do need to find something else to get him to that spot. And all of this that we're seeing is exactly that. Jamie
Stewart. Hey, Daze, who would you have win the Money in the Bank matches and really benefit from it?
Sami Zayn. Na 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 na. I mean, you knew that would be the answer. I I don't know, to be honest. I don't mind Sammy. There's lots that I don't mind. I mean, I think there's a lot of good talent. I mean, if Finn Balor was to win Money in the Bank, I'd be over the moon. I think Finn Balor is someone that I've got a real soft spot for because, you know, he's been on the roster a long time. He's someone that I'd really like to see. He's someone that's not quite at that world's heavyweight level because he's not been at that world heavyweight level. He can be. But again, you've got to just find something a little creative to get him there. So, I mean, I think he can challenge for it. I don't know that he wins it, but I would love it if they did. I'd love it if they pull that trigger. So, I don't know. If they say, let's give Finn Balor the Money in the Bank, I'd be so down for that. I'd be down if they give it to Sammy. I'd be down if they gave it to Kevin, to be honest. I know some people would be like, oh, give it to Carmelo, but I feel it's too soon. I feel like Carmelo's a great talent who's got a real big future ahead of him, but I feel like there's a lot of talent that's been on the roster quite a while that's been overlooked for a long time. I mean, would you be upset if AJ Styles won it? I wouldn't. I wouldn't be upset if AJ Styles won it. If AJ Styles, I mean, Drew won it last year. I thought that was a bit of a waste. Well, the way they used it was a waste. But I wouldn't be down if it was AJ. I really wouldn't be down if it was Finn. I'd love it if it was Sammy. I'd be okay if it was Kevin. I feel like you've got this group of people that either don't quite get matches, world title matches, but have been around a while, or do, and they always fall short. So I think I'd like to look after that group before I look after a Carmelo, you know? So that kind of stuff for the guys. In regards to the girls, I don't know, to be honest. The girls, I don't mind. I'm trying to think if there's a group similar to that who's been around a while but doesn't really tend to get too many title matches. I suppose Zelina, Natalia. I suppose you can make those kind of names. Dakota, she's been around a couple of years. Dakota, Zelina, Natalia. I would definitely do that over someone new like Roxanne, you know? There's time for Roxanne. We don't need to rush. There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time for Carmelo. I think, yeah, I would look at like a Dakota. I would look at a Natalia. I think she deserves her flowers. I cannot believe we didn't put that Intercontinental title on her. Honestly, I would punch everyone in creative in the face just for that alone. Just for that. And I can't even put into words what I would do to them because of WrestleMania. So, just for not putting the IC title onto Natalia first, she could have carried it a week and dropped it to Lyra. She could have lost it to Lyra at WrestleMania. It makes no sense. Lyra didn't need to be the first. So, yeah, I don't mind Natalia. I don't mind Dakota. I don't mind Zelina. So I might say Zoe or Shayna. I don't know. Maxine. Might have an issue there. I don't hate Maxine, but I don't know that she is quite right for the main roster. She's obviously quite limited in the ring. She's more a manager than anything else. She's more a mouthpiece than anything else. I thought her promo on Monday was all right when she came out. You hear about all the work she's putting in behind the scenes, but that to me is sort of like a bare minimum. You know, like when they say a celebrity is really into this and is really a fan, I sort of feel like, good. I sort of expect them to be. If you're going to get involved in WWE, I'd sort of hope that you had an appreciation of it. I sort of feel like that's a bare minimum. So, hearing that someone on the main roster is putting in hard work, I'm like, well, yeah, good. I would hope they are. I don't know how I'm meant to react to that. I don't know what I'm meant to say. Am I meant to applaud and like be bowled over? Like, wow, she's really putting she's training really hard. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's amazing. I don't know. I don't understand. Good, yeah, I'd expect that. So I'm not like down on her, but I sort of look at a lot of people that I think could have that spot instead, you know. But I don't even really know what that spot is because she doesn't really wrestle too much, does she? She just does the occasional bit here or there, and she's a bit of a mouthpiece, so I don't know. She's in a weird position. To be honest, I think they called her up to be the leader of Maximum Male Models or the sister of Maxine Dupree, and clearly they had an idea as to what to do. They had a plan there, and then that fell apart. So they put her with Alpha Academy, and she's just a bit part player, isn't she, really? If she won, that would be bonkers. That would be bonkers. If she won Money in the Bank, that would be crazy. I wonder how people would react. I think there'd be a lot that would feel happy for her, pleased for her. But I can think of others I would rather. Tony Khan, hello. I hope you're doing well. I heard your show on, was it Wednesday? Dynamite was very good. That's what the streets were saying.
Tony K. Daze, hi. Where have you been? I have missed your AEW streams as it's been a long time since the breakup. But what will it take to win you back? Let's give the fans what they want. Great.
Tony, there are things that may happen in WWE soon that could drive me back into your arms. Yeah? So all I'm saying is just be patient. Just be patient. Because I might be done with WWE, Tony. I might be done. Although saying that, after that Raw, probably not, because that Raw was excellent. And I think NXT might be excellent tonight as well. So my relationship with WWE, if it was on Facebook, would be it's complicated. It's complicated. Someone said the other, I can't remember who it was, someone said, I feel like I'm in a toxic relationship with... a toxic relationship. Like, sometimes I'm being abused, and then next time I'm, like, having an incredible time, and it's like, I just don't know, my head's spinning. And I think quite a few fans feel that way after this weekend, yeah? So, Tony, shout out to you. I hope that things are going well. I heard your show was excellent the other day, genuinely. David
Wood.
Woody?
Rusev wing Money in Bank. Nice to see back in Rui, then that cap you, mate.
David said Rusev winning Money in the Bank, and nice to see him back in WWE. David, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Taker 1990. See what Taker 1990's got.
Taker 1990. Days you think Sammy turns heel on Jay? Just like Becky turned heel on Lyra, in which Becky's turn was way too quick. I knew Becky was going to turn heel, but not last night.
I think it's been teased. Yeah, I definitely think it's been teased. I was watching going, there's no way he doesn't. This is so obviously where we're going. And then that moment, I think the fans felt it as well, didn't they? When he was standing there in the ring, looking up at Jay as Jay was celebrating. You could hear, or I heard this, oh, like kind of noise where the fans are like, oh, Jay, behind you. And then Jimmy's music, they knew what they were doing. They knew. That seed's been planted, mate. I think we're just going to water it for a bit, aren't we? Let it grow a little bit. And then we're going to do a harvest. So, yeah, I think there is a chance. But you never know if there's not going to be a swerve. I mean, you never know if everyone's going to look at Sammy going, is it this week? Is it now? Is it? And then boom, Jimmy just flipping lays out both Jay and Sammy. And it's Jimmy that turns and Sammy never does. Don't know. I agree. Definitely backstage, there will have been a conversation about teasing the turn, yeah. Definitely. Because they kept that camera on as well, didn't they? You know, even when he goes over and hugs him and all of that, then you're like, oh, no, it's not happened. But then they keep the camera on the entranceway. So you see them going all the way up the entranceway. So you're still watching it going, oh, there's still a chance here. They haven't cut away yet. And then they're in the entranceway and there's one more kind of, and you're like watching and you're like, and then they walk through the back and you're like, oh my God. There is no way that you do all of that without knowing what you're doing. So seeds have been planted, yes. Triple A, shout out to you. See what Triple A is saying.
AA.
A.
Did you hear what Rock said? He wanted Cena to have the spotlight. He didn't want to steal the spotlight, he is right. But pissed BPL me. I was there in Mania, went home furious. Loved Cena, though was happy.
Yeah, we touched on it. I think he's wrong. I think that he could have been involved, and I don't think he would have took the spotlight away. I think he could have come down, tried to help Cena. That could have allowed us to have brought down Stone Cold. Stone Cold then, of course, would have got Rock out of the situation. That would have just got us back down to Cody and Cena. But with all the drama of that outside interference being involved, it would have made it a more interesting main event. I mean, people were waiting for The Rock. The Rock played a massive part in the build of this, and then he just disappeared. And I think for him to be like, oh, I could have been there, but I didn't want to take away from Cena's moment. It's like, well, you still could have been there. Stone Cold was there. Stone Cold was there. Stone Cold did the segment before the main event. That didn't take away from the thing. Do you know why? Because Stone Cold wasn't involved at the very end. So if The Rock had come down during the match and the match had then continued 5 minutes after, the match wouldn't have finished and people would have been talking about The Rock. Do you know what I mean? So for me, like, I understand what he's saying. If I don't want to take the spotlight away, well, that's fine. Just don't be there at the very end then. Just don't be there when the match ends. And if you want to put a bit more distance between whatever you do and the end of the match and you want 5 minutes, 10 minutes, well, that's fine. Work it out. But that is not a reason to not be there and not be involved. The fans were waiting for him because he played a key part in the builds. And he did this whole hand gesture thing and he told us that it mattered. And it may still pay off. But WrestleMania is where it should pay off. WrestleMania is the grandest stage of them all. It's the Super Bowl. Do you know what I mean? It's a little bit like saving your best play as a football player, as a quarterback, for the opening game of the next season, rather than doing it at the Super Bowl final. And you're like, well, you should have been that good there, shouldn't you, really? Because that's the important time to do it. That's the time where you're meant to do it. You're meant to be at your very best as a player in that game. It doesn't work as well if you have like a really good third match in the NFL season the following season. Like, no, you need to do it at the Super Bowl. That's what the world is watching. And that's what like lives in the annals of history. And so for me, like, he should have been there. And his little excuse makes me hate him even more. Casper, shout out to you. See what Casper said. How long have we got? 10 minutes. Let's go. Let's go.
K.E. Thra. Member. Dars. I feel like me. And you have that
Sorry. Dars. You put an extra A in and it came out Dars. What about this looks like a Dars? Yeah? That's your first warning. First official warning.
Member. Dars. I feel like me. And you have that toxic relationship. I support you. I share your unseens. Love the community. But sometimes you're mean to me. Lily.
The irony of that message is insane, isn't it? The fact I did not read that message in advance and it ends sometimes you're mean to me is the irony there is stunning. That is absolutely stunning. I think it's wonderful how you got your point proven with that message. But you're the one that called me Dars, in all fairness. So it's not like it came out of nowhere, you know? So, Casper, shout out to you. I don't think it's me being mean. I think it's me just trying to fight for a little bit of respect. That's what it is. Andrea.
Andrea 994M. I noticed the back of Becky's jacket had written back in business, and from there I was waiting for Becky to turn OL that gave it away for me. Wrestling Daze.
Andrea, shout out to you. Yeah, I saw the back in business thing. I suppose best for business and all of that is kind of very much associated with authority and heels and Maybe there was a little clue that was in there, but I don't think anyone was really too shocked the turn came. I think it was just the fact it came so soon really caught people off guard. But well, if you made that connection about business and back in business or best for business and everything, then that was a good spot.
Adam Katie's. If the spotlight was to be on Cena, why was TF his Grammy Award winning Travis Scott there with his terrible song The Muppet?
I've not heard The Muppet. Is that good like Finn, is it? I've not heard. I'll have to search that out and see. What's it called? Grammy Award winning Travis Scott there with his terrible song The Muppet. I'll search for it, but I'll have a listen to it. I'm quite happy to listen to anything other than Finn at the moment. Edwards?
Edward Brown LFC1, member. Daze, how about you make Nita the women's champ and make me the men's champion? It would be so good that way, not to brag anyway, but also I feel it would work better in my humble and honest opinion, bud. Bronny FN. Daze, the Cody situation is very intriguing. Will he get the crowd support back, or will this be another O situation where he's getting booed massively and is basically forced to turn heel?
Okay, lots to unpack. Brony, I think that it's going to depend how he comes back in the creative. I think that he's a white meat babyface, and the irony is that Triple H in an interview said that it's really hard to have white meat babyfaces in this day and age because, you know, the business has been exposed. Everyone's looking for, I think a little more grit. Having like, a baby face that comes down and hugs the kids and, is this real good guy. It's really hard to present that and have that work for everyone. And Triple H was like, Cody is that guy. And Cody, there's really not many people that can do that what Cody's doing. The irony is that in the internet wrestling community, that has not been working and it's not been landing. And as a result, there has been a growing resentment of Cody. And the fact that his creative's been so flat. And yeah, there's been this kind of anti-Cody vibe online that's been growing that I think at WrestleMania reared its head. And the fact you put him in there with a John Cena that's retiring, trying to get his 17th championship is, you really did put him in a terrible position. So, the creative was not right. And I think that we need to sit down and really think now about what we do with him. You can turn him heel. I wouldn't. I would be more interested in trying to make him cool, trying to give him a little bit more grit. I thought the promo he did on Friday had people cheering. Even those that booed him were cheering. You keep delivering promos of that fire on a consistent basis, you're going to have the crowd on your side. His flipping entrance gear was sick. That mask, that was sick. The guy can wrestle as well. He had some of the best matches. So, I don't know. I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I wouldn't just abandon like a face Cody now. I think that you can do a heel Cody. But I would still think you can dig into some face stuff, but there might need to be some tweaks. I think let him have a rest. Let the fans miss him a little bit. Bring him back at the right moment where fans are desperate for someone to make a save and you bring Cody back to make that save. Give him evolve the character a little bit. Rather than him just being white meat babyface, just give him a little bit of attitude in there. Give him a little bit of grit in there. Have him stand up for himself and not be so wishy-washy. And evolve that character. And let's see how the crowd react to that. And let's see, if he can be engaging, interesting, witty, all of these things, I think there's no reason as to why he can't work as a babyface. So I don't know as to what they do, and I don't know as to how it actually plays out because there's too many, tangibles, too many things that you'd have to know. Well, he's going to come back here, and this is going to be how we present him, and this is going to be the creative, and so, I don't know. But what I do know is that I don't look at this. I don't look at the build, and I don't think it's done. It's over. We need to turn him heel. Because a lot of the build, he was not getting these negative reactions. It's only been this weekend. The problem is, this is a very influential weekend, and that message has now gone around the world that not everyone's on board with Cody. And that could have a bit of power in influencing and actually changing. I don't know. We'll have to see. See when he comes back. And Brony Edwards, in regards to a men's and a women's championship, the only reason I wouldn't do that is because I don't know that we've got enough women in the community. I think we've got a lot of men, and I don't think we've got as many women. So the thing about like a men's and a women's division in wrestling is because, well, really, again, this is a sensitive subject, but, you know, men are typically stronger than women on average. So, you know, we don't really tend to have them going off against each other. So, as a result, that's why you have a men's division. That's why you have a women's division. We don't really need that when it comes to our game because it's about knowledge. It's about what do you know about wrestling? And listen, Nita Nitro has shown that she is more than happy to beat up the boys. Yeah, she is more than happy to get down and dirty with the guys. She'll get down and dirty and she'll beat on the girls, but she'll beat on the boys as well. So everyone will get a beating from Nita Nitro. She doesn't give a flip. So I don't know. Not totally sold on that, to be honest. I don't know that we've got enough women in the community, in the members game that play on it. We might just end up circling it around the same 4, 5, 6 different people, you know, as opposed to the 30, 40 different people that play the game. So I think I'd be more inclined to keep it unisex. I don't think that matters. I don't think there's any difference between, you know, men, women when it comes to intellect. So a knowledge of wrestling. So I think I'd be more inclined to do like championship and mid-card championship. Or maybe I'd be more inclined to do championship and tag team championship. Maybe I'd be more inclined to do something like that. So, yeah. Triple A said, I'm very shocked. What's going on? Felix said, we want more women. We do. We do. We want more women. We want more players overall, to be honest. We want more people playing the game. That's what I want. Because I think it's really vibrant. It's really exciting. People really enjoy it that play it. And we keep getting all these new members that join, so we want to bring more in. Triple A.
ALR. I was very shocked and furious because of the ending. Was extremely happy for Cena. My life. But I was there in Mania, PPL, we're shocked on the ending, but was happy for Cena. Everyone cheered for Cena.
Triple A, shout out to you, buds. Dean said, Daze, hello. When do you think Randy John will happen? Does John lose, and how does this play out? Randy John, backlash. Does John lose? He could lose, but I don't think he loses the title. Steve said, don't you think it would have been better if it was face Cena, face Cody? Cody wins, Cena turned heel. Well, I definitely would have done that. I would have been more into that. The only problem with face versus face is that you are splitting the crowd, and I think the fans would have been behind John because the fans would have wanted to have seen 17. And to be honest, I would imagine that this is a conversation WWE had. They were probably like, problem with that is the fans are going to be with John. And, you know, we're really trying to keep support with Cody. So let's turn Cena heel. And then that way, yeah, there'll be some fans with Cena, but hopefully we can work on that and we can get most behind Cody, you know? And so we'll tackle it that way. And they thought they were so clever. And they were probably like drinking champagne and patting each other on the back thinking this is going to be the greatest WrestleMania ever. Right, we're underway. So, let's go. We are looking at what went down at Stand and Deliver. I don't know why they don't just allow this community to book it, honestly. They should allow this community to book it, and then we'll just tell them, we'll just send, like, once we've debated and thrashed a few, like, what should we do? We'll debate it, chuck a few things around, and then once we've come to an agreement, we'll jot it down and we'll just fax it over. Do you know what I mean? Or they could just watch and make notes. It is so offensive that they don't do that. Okay, we are just looking at what went down at Stand and Deliver. Spank and Bank. Spank and Bank. Welcome, everyone that's joining us for NXT. Hopefully, we're going to be in for a crazy couple of hours. Family above all. There was Stephanie. This video package is quite good, isn't it? Daze, Tamatonga out for a while because of injury. Oh, is he? Tamatonga. This match never got made, though, did it? Is that a match we're going to get tonight, do you think? Stephanie against Roxanne? Roxanne. Trick Williams, Javon. It's time for Tonga Loa to shine, said Porky Pig. Didn't see Stand and Deliver, said Ninja, because I was 3 hours into sleep. Wasn't going to be half awake for Mania. It does look great, though. Hank and Tank. Hank and Tank. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, new tag champs. I want to find out about Stacks. Let's go. We are live. Our superstars will stand and deliver once more. This is Stand and Deliver Part 2. Where are we? We're in the Fountain Blue. Well, this is fun, isn't it? We're in the Fountain Blue. Wow, Liv's coming out. We're opening with the tag match. Watch me. Liv and Raquel versus Tatum and Gigi. Big cheer for Liv. Man, this must have been such a fun weekend for Liv. She must have had the time of her life. WWE Worlds, being at the nightclub, wrestling at WrestleMania, being at Raw, being on NXT. She's just had the most fun this weekend. So, Liv and Raquel have made their way out. So this is where the Hall of Fame was. Last time we were in here, you was asleep. Last time we were in here, you was asleep. It's like, what are you on about? That's fun. That's fun. Vic Joseph, Ribbon Booker. Well, let's hope he's not asleep today. There's Tatum and Gigi. Yeah, we're just seeing what went down on that pre-show. Cemetery Drive. I didn't even know that match was elimination. But it was elimination and no Shotzi. We haven't got Shotzi here. Oh, she put her finger in between her boobs. She just put her finger between her boobs. Wow. Tatum, Gigi against Liv and Raquel. Great way to start the show. No Shotzi. Hate they put that match on the pre-show, said Matty. I missed it. Liv is just too hot, says Dominik. Interesting. Corey talking about Pat. Mackenzie said, I wonder if Becky attacked Bailey. Could have done. Could have done. Octavia said, Daze, Carrie, and Little Daisy are doing great. 8/25/25. Is that the due date, is it? 8/25/25. Lisa, shout out to you. Octavia, shout out to you. Okay, we are underway with our opening contest, our opening match. This does feel like, obviously, a very special show. I don't know how much backstage stuff we're going to get here. We've got quite a big live crowds. Shot there, and Raquel trying to stomp down. She grabs Tatum. She's spinning around. Chucks her down. Smile on the face of Raquel. She goes over, grabs Tatum. Tatum going over to the corner face first. Retchin with Vega said, who thinks Mariah is going to beat Tiffy for the championship if Tiffy still has the title? I don't know when she's free. I think it's much later in the year, isn't it? Suppose she could. 1, 2, shoulder up. Does anyone know about the Universal belt is retired? The Universal belt. Universal belt's no more, yeah? Universal belt was unified, wasn't it, with the WWE Championship, and now we've got the WWE... I think they call it the Undisputed WWE Championship now. I don't even think it's got the Universal name anymore. Right now, we've got Raquel in there with Gigi. Gigi over to the corner. Gigi off the top. Take over of Raquel. I don't think anyone's really expecting new champs here. I'm not expecting new champs. Let's see what you lot are thinking. Are you lot expecting new champs? Gigi, crossbody. Oh, she gets caught by Raquel. Kind of. Slam down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out there by Gigi. Alex said, new champs, please. But Dr. Luchalala says no. Zach says no. David says no. Frankie says yes. Right now, Gigi back. Big boot there by Gigi as Raquel goes down. Ah, that was good work by Liv. Pushing Gigi to the outside. Raquel. Grabbing a hold of Gigi. Ooh. Tatum pushes Liv into Raquel. Tatum. Oh, that was lovely. Flip to the outside. Moonsault him. Right now, the NXT girls are standing tall. Guys, it's happening. We're going to get new champs. NXT, 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 NXT. Guys, we'll be right back. I really thought Raquel was going to be a big star. She was NXT Women's Champ. The segment she had with Rhea and Bianca in NXT when they were all champs made me think she had a bright future, says Brony. I still think she does. I just think that her momentum has really stalled because of the fact that she has that skin kind of issue. What is it? Mast cell syndrome. So, you know, she obviously went through a nightmare with that and has had to deal with that. And I was just looking at it, just thinking, has it come back a little? Because I was looking at her and I was like, I can't quite tell if it's come back just a touch. I think she said it's something she's always going to have to like deal with and battle with. Hopefully it's never going to be bad enough again where it means she needs to take extended time away. So that has definitely stalled her momentum. But listen, she's still big. She's still strong. I think there'll come the point where she'll turn on Liv or Liv will turn on her. Liv versus Raquel, I think everyone's expecting at some point. And, well, is that going to catapult her to a potential world championship in the future? So I would not give up on Raquel. I think there's still a bright future there. But certainly at the moment, with her being in a tag team with Liv, it feels, you know, it's just a way of having her on TV on a regular basis. That's fine. But I think we'll still pull that trigger at some point. Wrenching with Vegas said, where can I watch it? It's on CW in America, and it is on Netflix internationally. All Game 17 hello said, Daze, how are you doing? Do we think they will have surprises like we did on Raw? Well, I definitely think there will be talking points. I don't know about surprises. We might get the odd main roster star because you can always keep someone around, can't you? A lot of them, I would imagine, are probably on planes back home. They don't need to stay for NXT, of course, if they're not on the show. So I'd imagine after like, you know, a good 4 or 5 days in Vegas, they're probably ready for a rest. So I'd imagine that a lot have gone, but Sean could always grab someone and be like, listen, will you do NXT and sort it out and get them to make an appearance? So you could get the odd main roster star. And I don't know about like debuts. There's really not that many people that we're waiting for. There's Jeff Cobb. I don't know when Jeff Cobb's going to get going, but there's Jeff Cobb, there's Hikuleo, there's Smiley Kylie Ray. But it's not like we're sat here waiting for Julia, you know? It's not like we're sat here waiting for Drew McIntyre or, you know, one of those kind of people. So, I don't know. I think it's hard to know where the swerves are going to come from. Or the returns. I don't even know who's injured, really. Noam Dar? You suppose you could bring Noam Dar back if he's ready to return. But there's not like a massive name that I'm aware of that's out injured that I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think if there's anyone that's like really big that's missing. We are back to the action. Daze, this looks like a bad venue. The crowd looks a bit empty and hollow. I don't know. I agree. It doesn't look like a full crowd. I'd imagine a lot of people probably have called it quits for... I'd imagine a lot of people have called it quits for WrestleMania weekend. I would be at this. If I was in Vegas, I would be at this. Suplex again. I don't know if we've got, like, information from WrestleTix. Shucky ducky quack quack. WrestleTix might have info about NXT. WrestleMania Sunday, roast of WrestleMania, WrestleMania Saturday, Friday Night Smackdown, Game Changer, Collision. I don't know that they do, actually. I'd be really interested to know what the attendance setup is. I agree, it doesn't feel like they're dripping from the rafters. It's a lot, though, innit? Think of all the stuff that these people have had the opportunity to see. Hall of Fame, Raw, Smackdown, Stand and Deliver, WWE World, the roast of WrestleMania, going to the nightclubs. I mean, I don't think Vegas is cheap anyway, so like drinks, food, hotel, travel, something's going to give in it. And if it's this show, then, well, I can't really blame them. I would be at this, definitely. Love a bit of NXT. Tatum trying to get over, trying to make a tag there of Gigi. We got Raquel going over, trying to make a tag of Liv. Here we go. Gigi in there. I mean, look at this. Gigi and Liv is pretty fun seeing these two go at each other. Gigi and Liv right now. Big kick there by Gigi. She screams out. Bang! This is all right, you know. This match has woken up. She rolls through, grabs Liv. Nice. Suplex and a bridge. Kick out there by Liv. Yeah, let's go, man. Let's flipping go. Keep the hammer down, said Booker T. Do you know what? Liv Morgan against Gigi would be a really interesting singles match. Gigi and Tatum in the middle of the ring. Turn around. Double clothesline there by Raquel. Raquel in there with Tatum. She's got Tatum up. Looking for a power bomb. She's got her up. No joy. Taking her over. 1, 2. Reversed. Tag. In comes Gigi. Big boot there. Raquel doesn't know that tag's been made. Tag has been made. She's got her up. No. She flips over. She goes down. Tatum is down. There's Gigi. The timing is a little off. There's a little bit of kind of like waiting, standing around for spots to happen. Like here, look. Raquel's down. She's down for ages. 450 by Tatum. Liv's going to make the save. And the save is made. Nice step up in Zaguri there by Tatum. Gigi grabs Raquel. Tag being made. In comes Tatum. Raquel, middle of the ring. I think, to be honest, Gigi and Tatum are still working out being a team, you know. It's not like totally well polished. Tag being made. Big kick coming in there by Tatum. Gigi coming over. Double headbutt there by Gigi and Tatum. Middle of the ring. Liv going to the outside. They're looking for Cemetery Drive. It's a bit weird that they were going for Cemetery Drive when Liv was very clearly going in the corner, you know. Looking for Oblivion, and that might do it, you know. 1, 2, 3, and there it is. So, that was that. Let's see what people have got score-wise. It's Liv, and it is Raquel that retain. Bum, 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 bum. My favourite part of that was Gigi and Liv. This sequence here, really quick, really snappy. I'd like to see a singles match there. Liv and Raquel retain. David said they just won those bouts yesterday. They did. Muggsy said we didn't need this match. What a retention. Oh, Lexis is still looking for his after Penn and Teller. Earlier today. That was not earlier today. There's a graphic that just said this was earlier today, but this was Stand and Deliver on Saturday. Oh, hang on. Maybe this was earlier today. Perhaps this is a different moment. Oh, so they're going to bring it back for him, but he's got to defend it. Well, who's he going to defend it against? Oh, is he going to turn? He's going to turn Teller back into the cup, is he? They're going to make it reappear now, said Nightmare. I thought this was the moment from the other day. You got to defend it tonight. Ta-da! It's back. That'll be a surprise. Well, that's good. I like surprises. Teller is putting Penn back in the box. Surprise opponent. There he is. Ricky Saints. Next. NXT. Let's go. It'll be Joe Hendry. It'll be Travis Scott. So we can listen to Finn one more time. It's going to be Teller. It's going to be Jeff Hardy. It's going to be Rusev. Okay, that's done. What's next? Next. Ricky Saints. Noam Dar would be awesome. Noam Dar would be awesome. Noam Dar would be awesome because that was his cup. I agree. Do you think it's Matt Riddle? No. I don't think it's Matt Riddle. I will be shocked if it's Matt Riddle. It'll be the fan that Stone Cold hit. Oh, Jim, I love that. Yes. So they've sorted out like some compensation for that fan. And it's that she gets a shot at the Heritage Cup. Ah, flipping love that. Ah, flipping love that. I hope we get Travis Scott and Logan Paul World Championships at AP. So do I. I think why fight against it? I would like a triple threat with Pat. That's what I would like. It's the only reason I watch wrestling. I'm done. I'm done with, you know, really trying to resist things. I'm just going to embrace everything now. So I agree. Daze, did you see my Twitter post that I tagged you in about Rowdy Roddy Piper? No, but my notifications have got so out of control that I've given up. They've got so out of control. What I did is what I should do, which is go like that and walk away. Oh my God. And walk away. Is that an adult thing to do? Yes. Matty Peb, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Octavia, shout out to you. And JP Ville said Ric Flair is going to return to Smackdown. Let's go. Let's go. It's time for Ric Flair to get number 17. We need to start that campaign. It's time for Ric Flair to get number 17. Right, we should be going back to the action very soon. NXT on the 22nd. Liv and Raquel versus Tatum and Gigi. This is the community's official score, and it is... Here we go. 65, 22, 6, and 5. Okay, so that came out as good 95%. Okay. It's all right. It's all right. No one was offended. The first 48 gaming said Matt Riddle ain't ever going to come back to WWE. Dana White and Triple H just don't like him. Redemption said Cena versus Ric Flair in Cena's last match. Jim said Ric Flair versus Braun Breaker is all I ask. God, you really do want that guy to be finished off, don't you? Jennifer said Gunther in one weekend goes from champion to, wow, the commentary table talked about me. Yes. Oh my God, do you remember when Gunther had Aura? Oh my God. Those were great days. Those were great days. What do we think about A-Town Down Under being offered to join Seth's faction, but Theory turns it down? Yeah, I could see Grayson in that group. I don't mind that. I could see Theory in that group. I don't know that I could see both in that group. And I suppose they could go in that group. Would they goof around? I feel like Seth goofs around. I don't want too much goofiness, you know? I sort of feel like in Bloodline, everyone was serious apart from Sammy, who was serious at times, but also got a little loosey, yeah? I feel like there's space for someone to get a little loosey in this new group, but I don't know, Grayson, Theory, Seth being a goofball. I sort of feel like you gotta be a little careful with going a bit too goofy, so I don't know that I'd put both in. Some footage there of Bloodsport. There's Ren Sinclair. I don't know what she does. It's something like that. Ah. Why is Dark State just having a backstage chat? Here's Javon. I got you back, Javon. 2-on-2. Tag match them. It's weird, isn't it? Miles Bourne and Javon against 2 of Dark State. Let's go, Ricky Saints. That's random, innit? What did half the roster go home? Well, this guy ain't gone home. He is home. NXT, NXT, NXT. Yeah. No, he's like, wow. I don't know why he's wowing. I don't know how many people are there, but I do agree it feels small. I know I keep mentioning it, but it does feel that way. I thought we were in the T-Mobile Arena. We are very much not. But I'm okay with that. I love these little different venues. There's no shade being thrown. I would be at this show. And I would have a lovely time. I'd be doing this right now in the crowd. I'd be like, Ricky, look at me. Ricky, Ricky, Ricky. And he'd be looking over and I'd go like that. And he'd think I'm a douche. Ricky, 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 Ricky. And he loves you back. Yes. Oh, yeah. I wonder what's going to happen with All Ego. My mum agrees you're always going to be a thorn in my side. Everything I've said, I've turned into reality. Let's go, Ricky. Is Lexis? I don't want this. I don't want Ricky Lexis. I want surprise. Here's Lexis. Oh, this better be someone really good. I don't think this is the match. Ricky. I know you just had a historic win. I have no clue what this has to do with me. Lexis King shaves with a paintbrush. I'm defending my Heritage Cup tonight. Okay. Crowd are booing. Love it. I don't know where this is going. Is this leading to a match now? You're a legend in your own mind. Lexis sucks is the chant. Oh, next week. Put it on the line next week. How about it? You and me next week. I'll put my cup on the line. Winner takes all, cup versus title. You're on. Okay. So we've got Lexis and Ricky. We're going to be getting that next week. We've got some officials coming down and separating these two. Next, who faces Lexis King? Who faces Lexis King next? Who is it? Who is it? Guys, who is it? Seriously. If you know, let me know, because I don't like surprises. Who is it? It's going to be Bobby Lashley, said Flint. It's going to be Joe, said Rhea Bloody Ripley. It's going to be Noam Dar, said Porky Pig. It's going to be Henry, said Rhea Bloody Ripley. It's going to be Noam Dar, says Ben. It's going to be Hikaleo, said Man United Hodge. Jake said it's going to be Moxley. The Who review said Hikaleo. I still hate the ref top, says Blake. I would love a return in Noam Dar, said Joseph. The only thing is, I think the title's on the line. So whoever this is, I don't think they can win the match. That's the only downside. Because he said he's going to put the title on the line next week, or the cup on the line. I can't see him losing it here. James said, in 2 nights, we've gone from someone who hears voices to someone who doesn't hear a goddamn thing. Ah, Miles Bourne would appreciate that joke. That's a Miles Bourne joke. He would tweet that out himself, so it might seem a little heartless, but that is the kind of thing that even Miles himself would joke about. Or maybe he wouldn't, and James is just an awful person. I haven't decided yet. But I'm actually going to defend James's right to say that joke. Anna says Hikaleo. Dudley said Lesnar. Tingling says Bobby Roode. Kader said Hikaleo. C. Jazz said Del Rio. Matty said it's going to be his hairdresser. Frankie said it's going to be Eugene. Flint said it's going to be Donald Trump. Thomas thinks it's going to be Jericho. Flint thinks it's going to be John Moxley. Daze, do you think Cody should disappear for a while? Yep, and I would have Penn and Teller do that. Cadet said, James, that's diabolical. It's going to be a cross-eyed Mojo Rowley, said Frankie. He could cheat to win or DQ, said Dylan. That is true. Mackenzie says Omos. Oh my God, imagine if it was Omos. That might break the internet. Imagine if it was Omos. It's going to be Donald Trump. It's going to be Nikki and Bree, said Macca. It's going to be Bill Goldberg, said Brony. It's going to be Vikingo. That's actually a really good shout because we are promoting the AAA thing. They haven't even mentioned that yet, the Boomers. We're 36 minutes in. They haven't even mentioned AAA. They haven't even mentioned that we've bought a promotion and we're going to absolutely destroy its tradition and heritage by changing it to NXT Mexico. I think that's worth a mention. It's going to be Lily, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. It's going to be The Rock. Well, that does make sense. He didn't want to get in the way of John Cena winning 17, but there's no reason why he can't challenge for the Heritage Cup. So, yeah. It's going to be Wes, said Dot Snooch It's going to be Donald Trump, said Flint. Flint is adamant this is Donald Trump. Absolutely adamant. I think it's Malachi, said Zach. It's going to be Tony Khan, says Nick. Well, here we go. We're backstage. Hank, Tank, Zarya, Sol Ruka. Oh, there's Thea. It was so chaotic. Here's Jada. I did not miss you and your annoying self for the last 6 months. Here's Kalani. Here's Fatal Influence. God, no, people are really not pleased that Thea's back. Ooh. Oh, lots of tension. Right, here we go then. Who's it going to be? Please be someone good. Come on, Sean, do some cooking. Okay, here we go. Send them out, says Lexis King. Okay, I don't recognize the music. Oh, is it Noam? I think it is Noam. Arms outstretched. Yes! Noam Dar is back. Oh, that's great. I've missed Noam Dar. Noam Dar is back. I wonder what this means then for metaphor, because obviously Oro Mensah, Noam Dar, Lash Legend, Jakara Jackson, they are metaphor. So now that Noam Dar is back, do we put that group back together? Do we just have them go in their own ways? A supernova surprise? Noam Dar returns. Oh, Flint, it wasn't Donald Trump. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I think that's... Look, is it the most exciting thing in the world? There are other more exciting options. I think people would have been more excited if it was Hikaleo, but... The greatest Heritage Cup champion of all time. But this isn't Heritage Cup rules, is it? 1, 2... Okay, we are underway then with match number 2. Noam Dar returns to take on Lexis King. This might be the first time you're even seeing Noam Dar, says Corey. Yeah, Shaku Daku. Going for the cover. 2. Just a 2 count there. I love Noam Dar, said Supreme Tie. Who the is Noam Dar, says Nightmare. This man. This man right here, this is Noam Dar. He's trying to get rid of the fake beards. He's It won't come off, though. Turns out that's actually real. Right now we got a sleeper hold applied. That's really fun by Noam Dar to try and see if that'll come off. Oh, charging over. Lexis King going for the cover. I wonder if he'll bump into Lash and Jakara backstage. Right now is in a little bit of trouble. Lexis King is in control. Okay, Lexis grabbing Noam. Nova. Supernova. Lexis King Sharpie said, that doesn't work for me, brother, said Moldy Spoon. All Game 17 said they do need to bring back the Heritage Cup rules. Big chop coming in. I tell you what, not a bad show. We're 42 minutes in. Not a bad show. This has been fun. This has gone by really quick, actually. Chop coming in there by Lexis. Do we think that I could have booked this better, said Tony Khan. Yes. Definitely. Kick coming in. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I'm glad they've changed Heritage Cup because I hated the old one, said Brony. Who said Noam was in jail, said Vic. I did not see that. I'm glad they put your watching NXT on screen because I had no idea what I was watching, said Nightmares. Lexis misses. High risk. Did not pay off. Noam Dar. Back elbow. Oh, back fist. And again, Lexis goes down. Noam Dar going back into the corner. Noam Dar. Oh. Oh, back elbow. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he got it. He got it. He wins. That is so clever. Because they set up next week's match. So you go, well, he won't win. And then he wins. And that was good as well. He I think, was he looking for a super kick? And he was like, oh, didn't do it. Bang, back elbow. He's got the Heritage Cup. Why have we cut to the most bored-looking people in the crowds? Wow. He's, just as he spoke as well, we cut away. He was like holding up and then he went, and we cut away. Mate, the production tonight's a little off. We cut to some bored-looking people, and then we completely just cut away from Noam Dar. Although we have just announced Stephanie against Roxan for tonight, so that's very exciting, isn't it? Finally, they bring him back, and we've got a new Heritage Cup champion. Hopefully, the Heritage Cup rules come back as well. I snore, said Ninja. Well, Ninja, wake up, because we've had a cup change. It's like a title change, but better. Because a cup's involved. So, there we go. We've got a new Heritage Cup champion. Noam Dar. But I want to know about the future of Metaphor. I'm guessing Lexis will bump into Ricky Saints. Ricky Saints is going to throw a bit of shade at Lexis. They'll still do their match. But it'll probably just be for the North American now, obviously. That was all right. I did not hate that. Daze, what do we think of Malachi coming back? Down for it. I'm more excited about that than I was Rusev. Production is hideous, said Heelface. I have no idea I mean, put yourself in the truck. You're in the truck. You've got all the camera feeds. Why would you look at those bored-looking people and go, cut to that, cut to one? Do you think they made a mistake and they meant like 2 or 3, cut to camera 2, cut to camera 3? But instead he went, cut to camera 1, and we cut to camera 1, and literally there was a guy like that. And then next to him was a woman that was like... Noam Dar wins the Heritage Cup. And we cut to the most bored-looking people I've ever seen. So, I don't know. I can only imagine they cut to the wrong camera or something like that. Or maybe those people were like, yeah, Noam Dar. And he's like, right, cut to them. And as soon as they cut, they went. And the woman went. Whatever it is, I love it. And I hope wrestling never changes. Shady cameramen, said Dr. Luchalala. Ninja said it wasn't bad, but they could have got more time. New champ, so I will take that. AB said Noam Dar wrestled his ass off, got injured for that cup in real life, so respect right there. Respect. Daze, is Randy going to have a rematch with Joe Hendry or I Show Speeds? I can't say he'll never face Joe Hendry again, but I don't think he's going to have a match with Joe Hendry anytime soon. Joe Hendry, I think, has got to leave TNA, go through NXT, get to the main roster, then end up having a match with Randy. So I'd never say never, but no time soon. What brand do we think Malachi will go? Raw, SmackDown, NXT, SmackDown. We've already been promoting him. Hyping him with these video packages. I agree. He is no Hank and Tank, says Frankie. Are we doing Eubank this Saturday, or are you taking a break? No, we'll do Eubank. We'll be doing it. Ninja said, Travis said he wants to do this full time. Send him to Evolve. He wants to do this full time. Oh... Don't. That would be my advice. Don't. Don't do it full time. Do you know, I mean, I get that celebrities look at this and they love this and it looks fun. And I understand they're like, oh, I want to do that. But they're only seeing the end result, aren't they? They're only looking at the people that have made it and the people that are, you know, the ones that found their way through the system. They're looking at the best of the best. You know, they're not looking at the indie scene where people are getting paid like flipping $20 a show. You know, they're not interested in doing any of that, are they? They just want to get to WWE. And I just hate this skipping the paying of dues, you know, the hard work, the hard graft that actually goes into it. I hate the shortcuts. Stephanie's not going to claim a division I built, said Roxan. We're interviewing Roxan backstage. Raw after Mania was meant to be my moment. She mentions about winning the Slammy Award. That's good. I'm going to walk out a 3-time NXT Women's Champion. Right, where are we now? We've got Fatal Influence in the ring. Fallon looks like she's going to have a match. Okay, who's she facing? We got Jasmine, we got Fallon, we've got JC, we got Fatal Influence. Is she facing Thea, maybe? Or I don't know who she's facing. Yeah, she is. Thea Hale coming out. So, Thea Hale against Fallon. I really hate this music, you know. I don't even really feel like it fits her character. She's like really fun. This music just does not work for her. The graphics don't work for her. This presentation is so weird. Okay, Thea Hale against Fallon is next match. Let's get rid of the poll so we don't get confused. James likes it though, says it's good music. 55, 28, 8 and 7. So that comes out as good 93 for that last match. Thea versus Fallon. Oh, Rusev getting a mention. Aubrey said, I was listening to Here Comes the Hot Stepper. I didn't hear her music. Now that's a jam. Now that's a jam. Isn't that I'm a Kamosi or something like that? Na 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 na. That's a jam, mate. Over in the corner goes Thea. Fallon charges him. Thea coming over, goes up, looking to take over Fallon. Thea's tough, said Suzanne. She's up, going over. Lee said she's a grown woman. Right now, we've got Thea in the corner. She gets pushed away. She's trying to grab Fallon, looking for a suplex. Didn't get it. Right now, we've got a throw. We've got Thea going to the outside. We need a South Pacific title. Bucket, says Tony Khan. Bucket. Oh, fatal. Oh, no. Oh, dear. JC went to kick Thea. She kicked Fallon instead. Oh, there's real drama in Fatal Influence. And this is not going to help things. Jasmine goes down. Thea coming over. She's grabbing Fallon. She's going to go for the Kimura. If she does, she's got it. And she taps Fallon. Thea gets the win. But the bigger story is that we have ongoing drama with Fatal Influence. I wonder if they're giving up on this group or going to change this group or what the plans are for this group. Okay, well, we're done with that match. There's Oba. The ruler. The ruler, Oba Femi. Why are these matches so quick? I think it's just, here's Fallon, here's Thea. They're going to have a little roll around for a bit. Then we're going to move on to the next thing. We're just going to keep it snappy. Austin, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Brony said, Austin said he didn't mind the match because it looks stiff. Oh. I think the match was sloppy. What are we talking about? Charlotte match. What are we talking about? Dun, dun, dun. They both seemed like they were botching on purpose, or was it me, said Austin. Yeah, the point I made about that, it is true that it was rough. But I think because I'd heard that match was going to be physical before we got to it. And I can sort of understand that it's not like this perfect, like well put together match. I mean, I don't think that match is a great match or anything like that, but I didn't have it as like a low point for WrestleMania. I didn't have it as a match that kind of really derailed anything. Word was that it was going to be physical, and I think they wanted to play up the doubt around, are they on the same page or not? You know, was some of those strikes in there going a little bit awry? Where they was I mean, you could probably understand the chemistry not being quite right, to be honest. You could probably understand that the chemistry between them was not going to be the strongest. Maybe there's a few things in there that do go awry because that chemistry wasn't quite there. But I had also heard it was going to be a physical match. So, for example, you know me, I'm a big cage match stan now. So, day one got 5.6 according to 559 votes, which isn't bad, actually. I think this is stupid when it's 20, 30, 40, 50 votes, but when you're talking 559 votes, that's not too bad. So 5.6 for day one. 688 votes scored it a 6.3. So I'd be 6757. I don't think it's a bad match. So 6.3 they went. I'd go a touch higher. Actually, can we even click on that and see the breakdown? Oh yeah, look. So 688 people voted on it. 100 thought it was a 5. 211 thought it was a 6. 209 thought it was a 7. So it really is between 6 and 7, isn't it? And as a result, it's coming out as 637. 211 people thought it was a 6 out of 10. 208 people thought it was a 7. So, yeah, it's not a match that pulled up trees, but it is a match that is in competition to be the second best match behind Seth and CM Punk. I mean, Jacob and LA Knight, 7.1. El Grande against Rey Fenix, 6.33. Charlotte Tiffany, 637. Technically, according to Cage Match, it's the third best match on day one. Do we agree with that? Do we disagree with that? I disagree with that getting an 8.8, right? I disagree with that getting an 8.8 and then that getting a 9.1. I don't think the women did better than the guys. I disagree with that. But I have no problem with that being better than Charlotte, that being better than Charlotte, that being better than Charlotte. Logan wasn't better than Charlotte. That's interesting, though. Was the Becky Lyra match better than Charlotte Tiffany? That's interesting because they're saying it was considerably worse. And that is just an absolute abomination. That's lucky to get 3.4, to be honest with you. So have a look at the breakdown. 147 scored it 2. That's the most there. The most people scored it a 2. It's only that there was some that went as high as a 5 that brought the score up. 3 people scored it 10 out of 10. Out of 619, 3 people scored it 10 out of 10. Those 3 people are disgraces. Those 3 people hate wrestling. Okay, we got Ober in the ring. Ooh. We've had an hour of the show already, you know. Hour gone. Sign in the crowd says happy birthday, Ober. So it must be his birthday. Ober. Ober. I like how Tiffany avoided the moonsault every time Charlotte tried to attempt it, says Austin. Well, I thought it was fine. The young OG is a lot better than I thought it was. His best years are definitely ahead of him. So, Oba putting over the young OG. Young OG. Young OG. Oh, God, I hate that noise. I have no love for Williams. The ruler is better. Ah, here he comes. Here he comes. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Oh, Trick, let's enjoy it. Oh. Are we just going to get the singles match now for next week or something? Book it. I don't care if it's your birthday. I want my title back. I ain't no regular Joe. When you think about NXT, you think about me. You don't think about any Obafemi. Joe Hendry? Jesus, this guy's all over WWE this weekend. Why is Joe Hendry here in this? Okay. What's he here for? Said I don't know. TNA champ against NXT champ. Hell of a moment at WrestleMania, says Booker. David said Cena was portraying an old school heel in his performance, having a terrible match and pretty doing nothing but winning is that style, says David. David, shout out to you. Joe Hendry is back in. No one said his name. People said his name maybe with the mystery thing. You've changed, Trick Williams. You've changed. Mess him up, Trick. Mess him up. Who's this clown coming in here talking to you this way? Mess him up. Is that his WrestleMania moment? Mess him up. This crowd's... You're not hungry. You're entitled. Take his belt, Trick. Take his belt. Take his belt. Push him over. He calls Trick Williams a whiny... The man that turns around and does a little funny smile. You had your 5 minutes, Sunday. Yeah, preach. Preach. Go on, Trick. Kill him. I believe you don't belong here. I believe you don't fit in. I believe you got your ass whooped Sunday. Let's talk about it. Go back where you belong while the big dogs are talking. I was in the ring, you was in the stands. Little promotion for Sunday. Okay, so are we setting up champion versus champion? I mean, Trick's not going to appreciate this. Don't make the same mistake Moose made. Trick getting in between. Are we going to do another triple threat? Okay. Trick Williams goes down. Where's this going? Where we going? Where we going? Trick's getting whooped. They whooped that Trick. Poor Trick. All he can do is stand there. I mean, oh God, that sucked. If we're gonna do champ versus champ, don't have Trick out there. Okay, this is going to be good. Here's Stacks. Here's Stacks. Caro, is this going to be Luger? This could be really interesting. Stacks is going to reveal why he did what he did. Here's Luger. Thanks for meeting me. You went from the streets to champions. You pledged your loyalty. Here we go. Just be quiet. This is good. Huh? Well, what does that mean? Has he done away with him? He's in the middle of nowhere. So, has Luger just walked into a trap? Because Luger looked around and he went, oh. I don't know what that means. I really want to know what it means, though. I'm looking forward to finding out where it's going. It feels like he might have just walked into a trap, but... He set him up. He's killed him. Oh, my God. Are we killing wrestlers now? Oh, my God. Oh, God. Do you know why I invited... So, was it a trick? Was it a trap? Well, what, can Luger not deal with Stacks on his own? Maybe Stacks isn't on his own. You need to watch Goodfellas, says K-Dub. Who's with Stacks, says James. Tony's dead in the trunk. God, we can't keep killing wrestlers, guys. We can't keep killing wrestlers. He took him there so no one would hear him scream. R.I.P. Luger. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I liked Luger. What are we going to do with Evolve then? Because he's been on Evolve. You need to watch Casino, said Suzanne. Tony Khan said, if there was a limited edition Tony Khan action figure with all my phrases like I feared for my life, would you buy it? As a way for AEW to get on your good sides. That wouldn't get AEW on my good side. don't think there's a way I would go back to AEW. I mean, I've heard they've been putting on good shows, but I'm just not interested. Just not interested. I think all my wrestling needs are currently being satisfied. Daze, there are stories about the founding of Vegas where the criminal elements would take people out to the desert and they never returned. Oh, God. R.I.P. Luger. You was a good one. I said before, when I went to that house show last April, he was the only one that came over and, like, put his hand out and I gave him a fist bump. And that was a nice moment. No one, you know, I don't expect the wrestlers to be aware of our community or this channel or these streams, right? So, and they're not. And they're not. So that's worked out quite well. But Luger came out, pointed at me, put his fist out, and I gave him a fist bump. He might have just done that as a way of engaging with the crowds. So I genuinely didn't read into it any more than that, but it's a good idea because it did make me feel a bond with Luger. I was like, that was cool. Do you know what I mean? I was just sat there. I mean, front row, of course. Do you know what I mean? I was basically green shirt guy. Front row. I mean, in all fairness, when you go to an NXT live event, it's like $10 a ticket or $20 for the front row. So I was like, I might push the boat out here. Do you know what I mean? It weren't 10 grand. I dropped down an extra $10 to get the front row experience. So I was in that front row. Little fist bump, you know what I mean? Loved it. So I got a soft spot for Luger. He loves this community, basically. That's what I'm saying. He loves this community. He's actually Brony. It's just Brony as Luger's burner account. Okay, we got Zarya. We got Sol Ruka. How to find Luger's body. Follow the buzzards. Zarya's not happy, is she? Oh, Liv and Raquel. You don't have a thing? Cry about it. Nothing will come between us. Walk along before I decide I want a third title. That was all right. That was not a bad little backstage interaction, was it? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Trick's livid. And do you know what? So he should be. He just got flipping murked. Go to AEW, Trick. Trick, go to AEW. They'll treat you better over there and I'll start watching. Why have we lost the picture? What's happening? Is this on purpose? Have they cut Trick off now? We've just got a black screen. These might be actual, real, genuine technical problem. Oh, no, they're back now. Did we just cut Trick off? Why did we do that? Oh, my God, the disrespect. Are we just finding new ways of disrespecting Trick Williams right now? AEW, AEW, AEW. Go over to AEW, Trick. I'll follow you. You'll shine over there. Unbelievable. We're just finding new ways to disrespect Trick Williams. It's Crash Out Week. Do you reckon when he was like knocking things with that pole, maybe he accidentally knocked a cable? Ren is in the ring. Where's Tavion and Charlie Dempsey and everyone? Hey, do you know what day it is tomorrow? It's Wednesday. We'll get another Ren video. She puts them out on her socials. They're all right. Some of them are really funny. Here is Dark State. Dun, 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 dun. Do we think this might set up Trick joining Seth? That would be flipping sick, mate. If that's where this is going, let's go. Javon and Miles versus Dark State. I like Saquon. What is happening to Trick Williams? Well, he's very angry. I know that much. Daze, do we like stoves? Stoves? I don't know what do you mean? I like sausage stove. I don't know what that is. That's what I'm saying, says Brony. Roman should have 100% beaten him at the Rumble when they faced in 2022. I guess they're just making the story that Seth is Roman's kryptonite. I like this. We got some wrestling conversations going on. Tony Khan said, anytime Daze says something positive about AEW, I cry inside. James says, love Ren. Yeah, James was talking about Ren when she first arrived. 'Tis true. I mean, stovies. I don't know what a stovey is, but I don't think I've ever had one. Suzanne said, Daze, be careful. You could be next. I might get a phone call from Stax. Meet me in the desert. And knowing my stupid boomer backside, I'd go, all right. That sounds lovely. Shall I bring a picnic? And he'll be like, just bring enough for one person. And I'll be like, are you sure? But there's two of us. And it's like, we only need food for one. I think both of us need to eat. Leave it to me. I'll bring extra. Don't worry. Drop kick there by Miles. Okay, we are underway with this match. We are an hour and 20 minutes in. Miles has got air, said Mayor Pete. Going through the ropes goes Javon. That did not work well. Osiris and Dion. Osiris is the one I know least about. Oh, look at that. Over the top. Air. Miles. Born. Big air. Yeah, look at that. Very good. Very good. Okay. Commercial break, is it? Do we stay with the action? Do we get anything at all? You get what you deserve, and you deserve nothing. Okay, we are staying with the action. Randy is going crazy, said Porky Pig. Miles should do the ozone finisher, says Frankie. Hannah said, Daze has head cook HBK fed you a good with this show. Yeah, I wasn't crazy with like the way Trick was. If we're going to build to Joe Hendry, Obafemi, I don't have an issue with that, but I don't want Trick being murked around and messed around. So I wasn't keen on that segment. It's been all right. Thea Fallon was short. Noam coming back was good. Title change was good, but you lot said it was good 93. Liv Raquel against Tatum Gigi, you lot said was good 95. I feel like the in-ring has not quite been where it's at, you know? This crowd isn't really big enough as well to really get the chants going and bring the energy. Like, the crowd have been a little flat. So it's not a bad show. I've been entertained for an hour and 20 odd minutes. But yeah, we're nowhere near the dizzy heights of Stand and Deliver. We're nowhere near the dizzy heights of Monday Night Raw. Let's put it that way. Big clothesline there by Dion. Javon, we know what Javon can do. We know what Javon can do. He can do some very special things, this young man. Kick out there by Javon. It's such a weird team, this, isn't it? I still can't get over it. Javon and Miles. And they did just show Tavion and Charlie Dempsey on the stage. Why aren't they at ringside? Why aren't they down with Ren? Why are they so far away? Oh my God, I've got so many questions and literally no answers. What's happened to Luger? Why are they standing on the stage? I don't understand. Have they got a better view there or something? What's happening? Why doesn't Ren go and stand with them then? 1, 2, kick out. What was the best show over WrestleMania weekend? It's either Raw or Stand and Deliver. Stand and Deliver had brilliant matches, but Raw had amazing moments. I think it's really tricky between those two. Stand and Deliver was excellent. I think maybe Stand and Deliver, you know. Guys, I'm going to look on Cage Match and see how they scored. I'm a Cage Match stan now. But only when there's enough votes. Raw got 8.86. 8.86. Stand and Deliver, 8.52. So, according to Cage Match, just Monday Night Raw pips it. 8.52, 8.86. I think I would rather watch Stand and Deliver again. Because the matches were sick. I think the big thing about Raw is like Braun joining up with Seth. Wouldn't you know that? Do you know what I mean? I know it now. If I was going to rewatch something, I'd watch Stand and Deliver. I mean, I don't need to rewatch Dominik Penta. EO against Stephanie was very good, though. But flipping after nearly 14 minutes, it ends in a no contest. I mean, what the flip? 14 minutes and it ends in a no contest. Javon's down. Asib said, is Joe Hendry your best friend? No. Luca Crucifino is my best friend. He gave me a fist bump. Shoulder up there by Javon. That ending last night was insane. How the hell is Braun working with Seth, said Yamil. Daze, it's crazy. You need to look up stovies. They're basically made with corned beef. Mashed potato, sausage, mashed potato. It's lovely. Have you ever had a burger? They're lovely. Have you ever had a kebab? Bang! Javon planted, going for a cover. 1, 2. Miles makes the save. We've still got Roxanne against Stephanie. That's how we're ending out this show. We are so used to mediocre that an average Raw seemed amazing, but it was very good, but over the top spectacular. Made by Dawn, shout out to you. It is true, we have had a lot of pretty mid shows on the road to WrestleMania, so perhaps we were just grateful for something that was not mid. Certainly from a match point of view, there's not loads there that you would revisit, but there was only 3 matches, and one of them ended in a no contest. I mean, you know what I mean? Tag being made, in comes Miles. Shots coming in. Down goes Dion, down goes Cyrus. Did we think Raw was going to end bad because of the outro thing? Before, well, I didn't think it was going to end bad. I think Roman being there was a nice surprise, actually. I didn't expect him. So Roman being there, the OTC coming down. I can't remember. Was that before or after the thing? I certainly wasn't expecting Braun. Ava has told Trick to leave. You probably should. Go to Jacksonville, Trick. Go to Jacksonville. You could be the Continental Champion. Boom. From the sky. Came crashing down. Go to Jacksonville, Trick. Learn under the learning tree. Oh, into the edge of the ring goes Javon. Go and be timeless, Trick Williams. Right now, Dark State with Miles Bourne. Picking him up and driving him down. 1, 2, 3, and they win. And they get that sweet, sweet dub. Imagine if Trick is removed, kicked out the building, and then rocks up on Friday. What if we see him on Friday? Guys. Oh, not the learning tree. That's effing garbage, said James. That's kind of cool, isn't it? With the little... What's your story? The Stephanie McMahon. We still haven't mentioned AAA, you know. We still haven't mentioned AAA. We still haven't mentioned the fact we're doing Worlds Collide. Which is kind of important. Is Ava and Sean Spears. Okay. Inamura. My time is coming to an end. Is he hitting on her? I'd love it. I'd love it if he was. I feel bad about Briggs. Here's Briggs. He feels bad, Briggs. You guys against Hank and Tank next week. Oh, I was hoping he was going to hit on her, to be honest. How did you do that? Oh, Japanese secret. Yeah, he played her. Yeah, love it. He had her wrapped around his finger, didn't he, eh? He had her wrapped around his finger. Oh, I feel so sorry for Briggs. My time's coming to an end. Well, that's okay. We can give you a... yeah! Love that. Love that. That was good, said James. Daze, you're forgetting the important part. Luca Crucifino is a lawyer, so he is able to defend himself in a civil matter. So we're going to have to wait and see. I don't think he can lawyer himself out of a hole in a desert, to be honest with you. You can't lawyer your way out of a ditch. Asib said, Daze, do we think Del Rio will be at Worlds Collide? I don't think so. He works for AAA. WWE aren't interested due to his past. Yeah, I don't think he'll be at Worlds Collide. I would be surprised if he was. Did you have fish for Good Friday? No. I had Haribo. Alex said, I can't believe they are promoting Survivor Series this early, but then I remember it's where the Padres play. That doesn't mean anything to me, but it is that the Padres Park or whatever. Tony said, I am so proud of you. Cage matches where I go to see all my fan appreciation, but the averages for AEW are very low for some reason. I thought it was cooking, says Tony K. Well, Tony K, clearly Cage match is just flawed and wrong and is full of haters, so don't worry about it. But I do trust everything it says. I would rather see a 3-hour Smackdown of Cody crying than see Del Rio come back, says Austin. Ninja said, what are the thoughts on that? I thought it was good. Average. Fine. It's fine. Nothing really there that I thought was off or wrong, but nothing there that got me really invested. It was just sort of playing out. Nice moment for Miles Bourne as he goes over the top to take us to commercial break, but listen, you know the classic saying, did it tickle your taint? And I must admit my taint was untouched. Absolutely untouched. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's going to come out with a good score. How long we got? We got 28 minutes to go. Miles impressed, said heel face. I don't watch baseball, said Suzanne. Thank you, Suzanne. Shaq City said, Daze, what do we think about Aleister Black against Uncle Howdy? I think that would be good if Black's going to be a heel. And I think you could build to it. I mean, there's definitely going to be some stories you could tell there. But I don't think I would bring him back and go straight into that because Uncle Howdy tends to want to right wrongs, go after people that are bullying others. And so I don't think you would go straight into that. But we can build to it. It's an amazing stadium where the Padres play, said Akim. Did it gouge your gooch? I don't think my gooch has ever been gouged, to be honest with you, William. I know that you get up to quite a bit in the bedroom, and I would imagine you gouge your gooch on a regular basis, but I honestly, on this very public forum, will openly admit I don't think I've ever gouged my gooch. I might have done it accidentally, but I've never done it knowingly. So, yeah, that does make it tricky to say kind of... My gooch was not gouged, just, I know that much. So definitely no, but I'm debating as to whether it's ever happened, to be honest. NASCAR is going to be on Saturday, guys, 3 p.m. Eastern, Talladega. Let's go. Talladega. My legacy. Oh, my legacy. What's happening? Oh, are we going back again, Tony? Oh, my God, we're getting another update. This is like a mob movie. This is the best. Riz. Oh, please. Don't. Okay, she's all right. Oh, God. Anyone follow you here? She's going to let him in. Oh, God. I thought she might have been whacked. She can't believe it. Luca might not be. Oh. Let's not get too upset at the moment. It might be all right. I mean, it's not, but... I thought Stax would always be loyal. Don't reach out. Don't reach out, Riz. Don't reach out, love. You'll be in a ditch in the desert. He declared war. Yeah. Yeah, don't do it. Don't risk the Riz. This is so good. I'm so invested. If anything happens to the Riz, I'm getting on a plane. And I'm kicking off. And they'll all be in a ditch. Cinema. That was awesome. It was actually really good. Here's Ricky. I'm thrilled. Okay, what's this? Who's this? Ethan Page. Here he is. Ethan Page. So, Lexis attacks Saints. You cost me my Heritage Cup. We'll pick this up another time, says Ethan. Ricky is down. Right, main event time. Main event time. Hello, Koji Co. Big fight feel.
Kojeko, member,
Koji
$10
Co.
US. Tubi acting, tongue-sucking action, don't know what that means reading Michael Jackson. And tell her he goes nose back no, nothing new, I'm talking about the fat one. Kojeko, member, $10 US. Tubi acting, tongue-sucking action, don't know what that means reading Michael Jackson. And tell her he goes his nose back, nothing new, I'm talking about the fat one.
No, I thought if I played it twice, I might understand at least part of it. I don't understand any of it apart from the words tongue-sucking action and Michael Jackson. What happens if I put it into Google? It looks like there aren't many great matches for your search. Honestly, Coach Code just operates in a realm not yet discovered. Coach Code, thank you for the support, and I hope that you get all the support you need. I would love to break that down, really discuss it, you know, kind of come up with some interesting thoughts and theories. But I don't think that's quite possible for me. I'm not the droid you're looking for. This is not the droid you're looking for. Yeah, Star Wars fans out there. Little Easter egg. She gets my heart rate up, says Kelly. Vic says that's actually all facts. Vic thinks that actually did check out, in all fairness. One more time. One more time. One more time. Yeah. Go on then. Here we go. One more time. One more time. One more time.
Tubi acting, tongue-sucking action. Don't know what that means reading Michael Jackson. And tell her he goes his nose back, nothing new. I'm talking about the fat one.
It's like a poetry slam, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? I feel like a beatnik. I feel like I am in a polo shirt with thick black glasses. And I've just got like a satchel and loads of papers, some sort of really weird cocktail drink. And I feel like I'm at like some sort of poetry beatnik slam. And I'm like, yeah, that's right, Daddy-O. That's right, Daddy-O. Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Maybe I don't respond with words. I just respond with, like, noises. Ba-bow. That's right, Daddy-O.
Kojeko. Member. $10. To be acting, tongue, sucking action. Don't know what that means reading Michael Jackson. And tell her he goes his nose back, nothing new. I'm talking about the fat one.
Bow, beep, beep, bow. Love it. In my mind, I was in a 1960s, very smoky New York basement, just slamming poetry around. Oh, you don't expect that, do you, really, on an NXT stream? But that's where I went mentally. Hannah, shout out to you.
Hannah WWE. Daze. I have a feeling that if somehow Vince was booking, he would have forced Cody to turn heel and fight face Cena. And maybe the main event would have been emotional, with Cena winning. Thoughts?
I don't know. I don't know what Vince would have done. I think Vince never really wanted Cena to turn heel, but would he turn Cody? Because Cody's a red-hot babyface. I don't know. I don't know what he would have done. Who's this now? Are we going back to this story again? What's happening? I'm so invested. What's happening? Is it Stacks? Oh no, is it Chase U? Is that Andre Chase? I'm getting Andre Chase vibes. Yeah. We're effing back. Chase University. Is it allowed to come back, though? It's not really allowed to come back, is it? Didn't Ridge kill it? I don't understand. Dun, 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 dun. Chase U is back. Backstreet's back. Dancing with the Stars has got Steve Irwin's son joining. That's breaking news. That's breaking news. That is actually trending right now. Right, here we go. We got Stephanie making her way out. La Primera. But it's Ridge, so who cares? That's true. Poor Duke Hudson got released for nothing, said Dr. Lynch. I know, if he'd just waited. Not that it was his choice. But if he'd just waited, then he's reforming the group. Here is Stephanie making her way down. God, she's been all over WrestleMania weekend, hasn't she? Competed on Raw, competed on... There's still not been any mention of, unless I missed it, about Worlds Collide. This is a stand and deliver worthy main event. Stephanie's going to win, mate. Stephanie's going to mess her up. Maybe this is where Hikuleo gets involved. And Hikuleo is going to dominate the women's division. Maybe Omos comes back here. What happened to Omos? Where's Omos? Omos didn't even make it in the flipping Andre Battle Royal. I feel so sorry for the Homo sapiens. Julia's going to show up, said K-Dub. We do need Omos back already. Hannah said, if you believe it or not, the Riz is not actually Italian. She's Cuban-American, so expect a turn in the future. Maybe a Cuban missile crisis in NXT. There's going to be more drama. Oh, my God. It turns out she's not even Italian. That is going to break Tony's heart. Austin said, you should feel sorry for us because we were robbed of Omos. Right, here we go then. Bell has sounded. We are underway. It is time to say goodbye to WrestleMania weekend with what I would imagine is going to be the final match of WrestleMania weekend. Stephanie taking on Roxanne with that women's championship on the line. Are we going to end it with a new champion? Or will Stephanie retain? We'll ask people in the chat what they think. New champ, question mark. I don't think anyone's really expecting this, but maybe some are. Do you think we'll ever get Ric Flair, Shawn Michaels type retirements losing at Mania? I was hoping that it might be Cena. If we do, who would you like? Yeah, we'll get more. Of course we will. I mean, we've had Kurt Angle retire there, Batista retire there, Ric Flair retire there, kind of retire there, Shawn Michaels retire there. So they happen on a fairly consistent basis. I don't think we've had one in a little while. Have we had one since Undertaker at 36? I can't remember one since the Undertaker, but well. We'll get more. There's enough in the first 41 for me to know we're going to get more. As to who that's going to be, maybe a Randy Orton, of course. Maybe an AJ Styles. Oh, going for a cover. Maybe a Rey Mysterio. Do you know what we should do next year? Nothing but retirement matches. Let's get rid of all the boomers. Let's get rid of all the boomers. Bye, Ray. Bye, Randy. Bye, AJ. Who else should we get rid of? Bye, Roman. See you later, Boomer. Bye, CM Punk. Bye, Becky Lynch. Bye, Charlotte Flair. Bye, Carmelo Hayes. Gone, 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 gone. Bye, Ilya Dragunov. Bye, Kalani Jordan. Bye, Roxanne Perez. Bye, Akira Tozawa. 1, 2, reverse. 1, 2. 2 days of nothing but retirement matches. Imagine that. Imagine a whole WrestleMania where every match is a retirement match. Loser leaves. Loser leaves. Loser has to retire. Oh my God, book it. Just book it. Flipping book it. Book it now, you cowards. Book it. Roxanne, headlock. I love the family storyline. Said, yeah, it's really good, isn't it? I agree. Chase U is returning, and that sounds cool, says Carmen Live. Carmen Live! Did ARW Pro do anything over this WrestleMania weekend? Stephanie slamming Roxanne down. Does that mean you? Yep. Oh, they both go to the outsides. So smart by Roxanne, says Booker. As Stephanie was looking to... Hello. Dragged in the ring, rake of the eyes there. Roxanne back up on her feet, going over, grabbing. Stephanie reversed. Roxanne in the corner. She's up in the corner. Big boot there by Roxanne. She comes down on Stephanie. Stephanie down. Roxanne takes control. Right. Oh, we've only got 9 minutes. Picture in picture. The cameraman is goated tonight, said Wrestle Rants. Where's Trog? Oh, yeah. Do you remember that? Trog, and Roach. I can't remember the other people. How would we make the matches? Who would face who? I don't know. You'd have to just get a load of people like Ray, but who would face Ray? You'd have to make it so that it feels like there's a chance that someone could lose, you know? Because, like, if you did Ray against Dragon Lee, everyone's like, well, Ray's losing that, aren't they? So you'd have to do it whereby it felt realistic that Ray could win. Same with Randy as well. So it would be hard to book. But let's clean house. Let's get rid of the deadwood. Cupcake City says AB. Hank and Tank can retire John Cena and Brock. Yeah, there you go. There's one match. Only I would have John Cena and Rock win, and then Hank and Tank have to retire. Imagine the emotion of Hank and Tank on the WrestleMania stage next year, waving goodbye to the fans, with most of them going, "Who's that? Do you know who? I don't really want. Do you know who that is? I don't know who that is." And they're there crying, waving. Yeah, it could be really emotional. How about Ray against Santos? Let's go. Austin said, I hate you, Daze. I hate you as well, buds. How come we're not concave voting for the new Pope? I don't know the options. I don't know who's in the running, buds. Roll up by Stephanie. Kick out there by Roxanne. I don't know who's in the running for the new Pope. Shot coming in. Right now. Oh, right in the boob. I think she hit her right in the boob. Right now, Stephanie is on the middle rope, goes up to the top. That's like a Ray Phoenix tribute or a Penta tribute. She might be young in the business, but her fight IQ is over the top, says Booker. Daze, you might be the new Pope. Let's go. Get excited for Topless Tuesdays. That's what I'm bringing in. Yeah. If I say that as Pope, does everyone have to do it? I don't really know how it works. I think you just say, oh, I'm getting a message from Jesus. Topless Tuesdays. And then I think everyone does it. Oh my God, I'd love that power. I'd love that power. Oh, hang on. I'm getting a message from Jesus. Apparently, if you buy fries on a Saturday, you should get a free burger from McDonald's. So, make that happen. Jesus wants it. Duck underneath. Big chop coming in. Kick to the midsection there by Stephanie. Headbutt there by Stephanie. Another kick coming in. Charging in, looking for a 619 there by Stephanie. Akeem said there's lots of dead weight on that main roster. Oh, we're fighting on the ramp, kids. We're fighting on the ramp. Stephanie. She's grabbing Roxanne. Look at the 619. Do we believe the Cody allegations? I don't know what the Cody allegations are, but what are they? Are they allegations that he is a great professional wrestler? Stephanie back in the corner, looking to charge in double knees. Stephanie. Look, here we go. Shucky ducky. Oh, it's quite slow, actually. Why was that so slow and sensual? And she looked right over at Booker after. Not as much talk, but it was still good, says Booker. One more time. I hope she does it even slower. I want her to do it even slower. I want to be here for the next hour. Oh, I don't think we are going to get it one more time. That might have been the greatest moment of the weekend, to be honest. That might have been the greatest moment. It was so slow. Right, Roxanne is up. She's looking for a bulldog. I like how he words it as well. Not as much talk. I like how we're trying to bring some like technical terms into such a kinky move. Slap coming in there by Roxanne. Cody has been accused of some stuff on X by a female fan. I doubt it. That's it. Right now we got Roxanne trying to get over to the ropes. Roll back. Lovely work by Roxanne. How long we got? 3 minutes. Sonny said, I've retweeted my Twitter picture about who is in the running for the Pope. There's like 12 popes in the running. Oh, mate. That's a race I want to see. Stephanie going for the cover kick out. Stephanie. Kick to the midsection there by Stephanie. Roxanne goes over into the corner. Roxanne looking for Pop Rocks. Roxanne goes into the corner. Since WWE bought AAA, would AEW buy an ARW Pro outshine it? Of course, it would in this community. Oh, she's going to put her away. 1, 2, 3. Stephanie wins. And still. Oh, yeah, man. That's a great sign in the crowd. Look at that woman dressed as Stephanie. Oh, yeah. Is someone going to come out? Julia. Shawn Michaels. Linda McMahon. Who's going to come out? Who's coming out? It's Julia. Julia's coming out. The beautiful man. What's she wearing today? Here is Julia, and she is wearing camo and also a moody face. Julia in the entranceway, staring at Stephanie. Such a great match between these two. Oh, Jordan Grace is in the stands as well. All eyes on Stephanie. Bit of a flat end, honestly. Considering that's how the show ends. Bit flat. Let's do match score, though. All time and great. I was entertained for 2 hours, and I would just like to thank Shawn Michaels for that. It did not reach the heights of Raw. It did not reach anywhere near the heights of Stand and Deliver Raw. But it was better than John Cena versus Cody Rhodes. And for that, I am eternally grateful. The beautiful madness. Julia. Blue Wheel Sonic said Stephanie retained the NXT Championship. They need to do Io and Stephanie again, says Leo. I've got to go back and read the chat. I was watching my beautiful Steph, says Kelly. Julia and Stephanie are the future of WWE. Right, here's Carmen Live. Carmen Live. Prehistoric said it was a pretty solid night of NXT. I agree. It was solid. Here we go.
The Carmen Live 2. Daze RW Row didn't have a WrestleMania weekend show, but their next shows are Saturday, May 10th, Hobart, Indiana Maria Reiner Center, and Friday, May 23rd, Lake Station, Indiana American Legion Post 100.
Carmen Live, thank you. Everyone knows where to go now and when to go there, but I think it is appalling that ARW Pro did not do something over WrestleMania weekend. That is a big opportunity. Everyone else was here. I'm just going to say what everyone's thinking, Carmen Live, and you're not going to like what I'm about to say. Justice for Trog. That's what I'm going to say. Justice for Trog. Hashtag Justice for Trog. Because he's had to sit in his cave and he's had to watch everyone else having a wonderful time in Vegas. And ARW Pro couldn't even be bothered to put a show on for the Trog heads. Yeah? For the Trogsters. For, you know, all the Trog stands out there. I don't know. I just expect a bit more than that, but whatever, you know. Blue Well Sonic said, overall, what did we think of this week NXT? Austin 316, what did you rank it? Hannah said, Days, thoughts on the new Dark Side episode? Didn't see it. I saw the Ludwig Borger one, though, where it talks about Billy Graham. I didn't know a lot about him. Didn't see it. You know me, I tend to try and catch these things when they're all done, but I really wanted to see the Ludwig Borger one. Rare Breed said 7 out of 10 NXT, weird venue, good story with the family though, decent matches, and I saw Liv's ass or Peach, same difference. And Stephanie and Julia, says Rare Breeds. Stay safe out there, said Jadam. It's been great, said Ninja. Ric Flair is at the Lakers game. Let's go. Let's go. Jordan Grace, a bit random at the end, said prehistoric vintage. And we are just getting a few more votes in and we will wrap this baby up. Kelly said, I hate regular TV. I can't wait to go home. Days, I might go to Shaban's Illinois Civic Center to see Southland Championship Wrestling this Saturday. Well, I hope you do, because someone needs to. Someone needs to. What's Coach say? Coach said, an emergency wrestling take. I love The Rock, but please don't feed us this again. It's just getting worse. Oh, a little bit of Rock backlash, is there? A little bit of Rock backlash. That's interesting. Julia said, Julia has such a unique look and style. I'm enamored by it. She is a standout in every single measure. When so many companies have Mania weekends shows, but ARW Pro doesn't, it just proves how shiz and irrelevant they are. Yeah, Common Life, how do you feel about that comment? Please respond. Asib said, what do we think Vanessa Hudgens against Cardi B at SummerSlam? Book it. If we're going to do celebrities, make them fight each other. I'm way more into that. That way, no actual wrestlers get hurt in the process. So, let's go. Megan Thee Stallion against Cardi B. Let's go. We're going to go full-on celebrity deathmatch. The Rock will show up on Smackdown just to promote some new alcoholic beverage. Listen, we joke, but this is where wrestling is now. This is where wrestling is. Edward said, why did Cody get blamed for everything? I don't think he did. There was definitely Cody supporters that were in that WrestleMania crowds. And I know that as a fact. Do you know why? Because Stone Cold Steve Austin tried to kill one of them. So I know for a fact that there were Cody fans in that crowd. Doom Wipes. Yeah, WWE Doom Wipes is the new name of AAA. Ninja said, what did I miss? Is The Rock on Smackdown this week? No. Not that I'm aware of. Sexy Red against Cardi B. I'd watch that. Said, yeah, let's go. Sexy Red against Cardi B. Dream match. Dream match. Daze, did you see my membership chat? No, I don't think I did. Let's have a look. Let's catch up. Mitchell said Stand and Deliver was better than night 1 and 2 of WrestleMania. 100%. 100%. Completely agree. I don't think you'll find too many people that disagree with that, Mitchell. That is not what I would call a hot take. Ninja said, never say never. I could see him coming back when ratings go down. Calvin says, good night. Good night. Calvin, good night, buds. Are you going to stream TNA Rebellion? I do not have any plans for that, no. Mayor Pete said, Dude Wipe Championship Wrestling. Champion Shiz Wrestling. Oh, love that. Love that for AAA. Carmen Live 2 said, James Chad. Oh, my God, shots fired. Oh, my God. Here we go. Oh, God, it's happening. It's happening. The dream match that we've all wanted. Oh, my God, this is sick. Carmen Live, go on, Carmen Live. Get him, Carmen Live. Here we go.
The Carmen Live 2. James Chadwick RW Pro is not irrelevant. RW Pro does great shows within the Chicago and Northwest Indiana area. I enjoy going to RW Pro shows.
Yeah, take that. Take that, James Chadwick. They're not irrelevant. Yeah, they actually do great shows in the Chicago and Northwest Indiana area, and Carmen Live enjoys going to them. Oh, James has got black eyes, right? He's reeling. He's on the ropes. Like that. Carmen Live, they're not irrelevant. Boom. I enjoy going. Boom. Oh my God, this is dream match territory, man. Dream match territory. James has come back. He's swinging. He's clinging on like this. He's trying to throw some haymakers back. Oh, God.
James Chadwick. Member. Totally irrelevant when they can't even get on Mania weekend when even the FN midgets had a show.
Oh, he's trying to come back. He's swinging away. You know me, guys. I don't like to see this. This is not the kind of thing I'm here to encourage. It really makes me sad. Carmen, what do you think about that? James just called you fat. Oh, my God. It's a brawl, said Ninja. James, it's going crazy, says Edwards. Carmen Live 2 said, Daze, did you enjoy WrestleMania 41? Not as much as I'm enjoying this, buds. Oh, my God. This is way better than what I saw at WrestleMania. Kelly said, Daze is so horrified at the behavior. Mate, I'm just really trying to put a brave face on things. I threw up in my mouth and then swallowed it. Heelface said, this match is better than Mania. Oh, mate, so good. Let them fight. I know, man. It's going off. Is Daze a referee? I'm just trying to calm it down. I'm that girl outside the club that's took her shoes off and she's got them in her hand. And she's like, just stop it. Just stop it, you two. Just stop. You're ruining the evening like this. And then, like, you know, I realise I've had a bit too much to drink, so I'm like, throwing up. And then someone's coming over and holding my hair. And I'm just stop it. Like that. And James is, like, swinging and Carmen Live swinging away. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, but yeah, I don't want to encourage anything. Octavia said, Daze, you are encouraging it to keep. I'm not. I'm trying to shut it down. But I've got my shoes on. I've got my shoes in my hand and it's all, there's vomit everywhere. Oh, jeez. Aubrey said ARW Pro is the most exciting promotion in the middle US region. Oh my God. Aubrey's come in now. Aubrey was on the sidelines. He's come in to help with Carmen Live. Oh, jeez. They're cooking better than Papa H did this past weekend, said Boomers for Life. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I think we do need to go away, though. Otherwise, this is going to get out of control because I can sense it. I mean, I've not heard of Carmen Live in a while, so I know he's tapping away, you know? He's going to come in and he's going to say something. And honestly, I think James is being quite reserved at the moment. This thing could go nuclear, mates. I've got the kill switch. I got the kill switch ready. Let me get these scores down and let's just get out of here. So, 37. Right, we're done. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it as always. And, yeah, we are going to get out before Carmen Live gets his comments in. Look, he just says goodbye. I think Carmen Live knows to just walk away. I think people are starting to disperse. The police have been called and I think it's starting to settle down. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate it as always. We will be back tomorrow for Evolve. So we will be back tomorrow. And yeah, obviously member streams and all of that coming up as well. So it never stops. The work never stops. Carmen! James says, I think I won that. And then he's put laughing. Carmen! James is saying he's beat you up. Oh my God. Oh my. And he said you're fat as well, Carmen Live too. In there. Oh my God. Carmen Live. How do you feel about I'm gonna shut it down. It's not worth it. It's not. Think of the kids.